I know. I'm not meant to be here till Friday, am I? Hello. I'm glad I'm here, though. It's Ange. Angie's on today. It's lovely to see her again. Now, Natasha is supposed to be in this week, but her little boy, Freddie, has got chickenpox. So she's had to stay at home with him. The husband's sleeping in the spare room, so he doesn't get it because he's not had it before. So it's all going on. So Derek, who you saw yesterday, and I are filling in for Natasha. So I'm now doing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Derek's doing Saturday. Then I'm doing Sunday, and then I think Derek's doing Monday, and then we're not sure what's happening after that. So, welcome. I've got a lovely show lined up. A lovely show lined up for you today. So before we go any further, would you like to see today's menu? Coming up today on Colourful Home here at Sewing Quarter. 8 o'clock, Quilter's Tool Time. Well, it's more than that. I hope you're not expecting, like, rotary cuts, things like that, something rather at 8 o'clock, that's now. 9 o'clock, that's with, I'm getting all confused now. That's with Ange. Then at 9 o'clock, got Marvellous makeup bag. That's with Victoria. Victoria doing that's including the Eau de Coat. Then at 10 o'clock, we've got the felt flower cushion. That's with Ange. Really lovely, very simple, but very lovely, dramatic cushion cover. And cushion as well. You get the cushion pad as well. And then it's 11 o'clock. Oh, sweet sorbet baby quilt with Victoria. Lovely, lovely, lovely lineup. Now, we know that you love to get in touch, and we love it when you do get in touch. So this is how you can get in touch. The best way to do is send a web chat. So what you do is you go to www.sewingquarter.com. You'll get a page like this. There it is. And then you press Watch Today's Show. And then when you click that, the screen will come up bigger like that. And then what you do is just scroll down the page there. Put Little Paul's not logged in yet in today. So you need to log in, and then you'll be able to send a little message to the studio there. Or, of course, you can email No, you don't do www. You do studio@sewingquarter.com. Studio@sewingquarter.com. While we're on the website, if you just have a look there, next to the screen. Oh, no, you're going down. Which one are you going to? Next to the screen there. Once you've logged in, you can buy on the web there. Now, the one to the right is the sale or the auction that we're actually doing at that moment in time. That's obviously one from Derek's show yesterday. You can put it in there and pop it into your basket, and then make sure you check out. If you know you want it, make sure you check out. Or you can scroll down the page. If you're watching later on today and you're watching the repeats, everything from yesterday's show has disappeared now, you see. And in a minute, everything that we show you today will appear there. So if you're watching this afternoon at 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock tonight or something like that, and you want to buy something from the show and you don't want to ring the call centre, then you just click on it there, pop it in your basket and check out. Right, that's it now. Remember, there's only one postage package of £2.95 for the whole day, remember. Now, have you seen this? Normally, you would, if you're a quilter, normally you'd have to send it out, wouldn't you? If you did a quilt, you wanted a fancy quilting like that, you'd have to send it out to do something like that. How would you like to be able to do that at home on your machine? Now, if you think that's a little bit complicated, look at this one as well. See, that's cute, isn't it? Right, okay, so now Angie's here to explain everything about it, because now it'll seem a bit, before we get on with the sewing, it'll seem a little bit technical, because it's technical, isn't it, Ange? I'll bring this with me, yeah. Hello, it's lovely to see you again.
Ooh, it's been too long.
It has, they've been keeping us apart.
I have.
Right, I'll let you do all the talking.
Yeah, no problem. It's a fantastic new free motion quilting foot. But the first thing people will have to know is the make and model of their machine.
Right.
Because every machine on the market is either low shank, medium shank, high shank, or high shank special.
Right, what's they more likely to be? What's the majority?
The majority is low shank.
Right.
Then high shank, and then the smaller numbers will be medium or high shank special.
Okay, now, just so you know, our call centre have got a list, haven't they,
yeah,
of every single sewing machine and every single model. And if you want to ring them up, if you're not sure, just ring them up, 0800 112 4433. They're there waiting for your call now. You can say, I have got an Elna 680. You can say, well, you don't need to, I can tell you that. We can tell you that one. I've got a Bernina. I've got a Singer. I've got a Brother. I've got a Frista Rossman. I've got a... Well,
Bernina?
I've not said Bernina, because that's what I've got, Bernina. And they'll be able to tell you which one. Now, does it make... It's only... The only difference is the size for your machine, isn't it? Doesn't make a difference with what it can stitch or anything like that.
No, and it's well, we'd better tell people what it's called, really.
Yes.
It's called a Westalee quilting ruler.
Right.
And it's, as I said, it's a very special free motion foot. So it actually, like all your other free motion feet, they hop, they bounce as you're, and they've normally got a spring in them.
Right.
So shall I get it out of the packet?
Oh, yes, get it out of the packet, then you can have a look at it better.
So,
I'll show you the front like that while Ange gets it out of the bag.
It's a very specially designed free motion foot. I've actually brought a bit of black paper with me because it's a bit easier to see things on, if that works.
Is that it then?
Yep. That's the
now
foot.
I need to explain something, right? What you're getting for £129 isn't just that.
No.
You are getting templates as well.
Yes.
So if you're thinking, oh, I've seen one of those for sale for less than that, we've done a whole little bundle for you. So.
But the first thing that when I've been demonstrating this at shows, because it was first only came into the country about a year ago, and it's an Australian lady that's designed this fabulous thing, Leonie West, Bill and Leonie West, her husband.
Which is why it's called
Westalee, yeah. So they're fantastic quilters and engineers, and it's been really well thought through. When I was first invited to sort of have a little test of the product and to see if I wanted to be a Westalee expert.
Oh, well, is that what you are?
Yeah, that's what I was asked, if I would like to have a go. And I just, from the minute I start to use it, you know, when you just know something has been so brilliantly designed, I just thought, I wish I'd designed.
Now, I heard a rumour that you were at Festival of Quilts last year.
I was.
And they opened the door and people came swarming to your stall, your exhibition, I say,
because it was launched last year.
And 4 deep.
4 deep, yeah, around two. Leonie was there, over from Australia, and myself, and yeah, we just didn't look up for 4 days.
Oh, my word, my word. Okay,
so it's really
what does it do? Explain I'll be quiet and I'll let you explain everything about it.
Most people will think, oh, I've got a free motion foot. That's the first hurdle we have to get over. As I said, it doesn't bounce because you use it with rulers and templates.
Right.
And when your normal free motion foot bounces, the ruler would slip underneath.
Right.
And then you'd break needles and templates and everything. So that's the first thing to point out. The second point is that it's high-sided. So then it sits beautifully against the edge of the ruler. So it's got nice high sides. And the other thing is that it's been designed to be 1/4 of an inch exactly from the needle to the edge of the foot. So you can get very good accuracy. That's how we get the accuracy with all the designs that we're working with. Yeah. So the elder I'm working with here is a high shank.
Right.
And they've got slightly thicker rulers as well.
Oh, okay. So this is like almost like the beginner.
Yeah.
Beginner section.
That's right, John. The foot itself, the starter set, you buy the foot, this starter ruler, and it comes with a little measuring tool. Because we've got a package for you today.
Yes,
so
yes. This isn't all you're getting for £129.95.
This is the starter set, the Westalee starter set. So that's what you get initially.
Yeah.
And then I think we've put a package together today because these 4 little squares here are what I've done just with the starter ruler.
Okay, so if you're brand new to it and you're thinking might be a little bit adventurous for me, we always say buy to what you want to aspire to be. But even with just this foot, this starter kit,
this
you
ruler
can do
looks quite,
these 4...
Yeah, this really looks quite boring, doesn't it? But actually, you will soon realise it's very useful in creating.
But I can't figure out how. I have no idea how it's going to work.
So those have been done just with the starter ruler, and then most people, I mean, there are over 200 designs to choose from afterwards to buy into.
Oh, my
so
word.
if you love feathers or circles, you know, there's lots of different patterns.
Yes.
But most people then progress from there to the sampler set.
Right.
And this has got 6 great shaped rulers in.
I'll just hold that forward for you there.
Yeah.
So within the £129.95, you're getting the
so
starter
we've
kit there, but then you're also getting the templates there.
The sampler set templates, which I've created all these examples on the table here with.
Okay, right, so...
Okay. So initially, I just want to talk to people about...
These are the templates. We will be going through the templates later.
Yeah,
right, let's get on with how we actually do the...
Oh, you've got them there, yeah.
The starter.
Okay, so yes, like you say, you'll either be low shank, high shank, medium shank. This is, I've got a little low shank one here. You can see the difference in the height of the foot. And this is actually, because I've got a Bernina at home.
Yes.
Just to point out that Berninas are slightly different the way they attach.
Right.
So you'd have to have a Bernina adapter shank.
But I think I've got one of those.
You might already have one for a
ruffling? I've got it for, yeah.
75 or a 77, the adapter shank. So you may already have that bit. And that's a low shank. You can see it's
I see. So it's that bit there.
Yeah.
Just tilt yours. Oh, sorry. Any questions, just give the call centre ring. So it's not this top bit, 'cause that's part of the banana. So this is the high shank, and that's the low shank.
Yeah. So you've got different...
So that's yours from home.
That's mine from
home. So don't lose that.
No.
But this machine, if you've got the Elna 680...
Yeah. So this is a high shank machine.
High shank,
yeah.
high shank.
So
now, is it true that the other Elnas are...
All the other Elnas we've got here are low shank.
Yeah. But this is a high shank.
This is a high shank.
But if you ring the call centre, any questions, just ring the call centre. They've been briefed, they've got the list, they've got everything.
So, yeah, because to do this kind of quilting is normally what you'd get from a long arm. I know you had to play on a long arm.
I did, yes.
So this is how we can quilt.
Yeah, but that long arm was £12,000.
Exactly. This is
I didn't buy it.
how we can quilt on a long arm with the professionalism of that finish on your domestic machine.
OK, now I've got a quick issue, and I promise, we'll get sewing in a minute. If I had made a quilt and then I wanted to send it out to somebody to quilt for me in fancy quilt, do you know how much that would cost? Is there a...
It would vary on the complexity of the pattern you choose, obviously, because, you know, if you had a really fancy and the size of the quilt. But I think certainly sort of £100 upwards.
Oh, so buying this whole kit for £129, you're never going to have to send out again, are you? Because you can do it yourself.
And I know, for me, the beauty of this is I specialise in free motion.
Yes.
Without any templates. But then I think there's a time and a place for when you want the symmetry and the geometry. And we all know it takes years to master things like feathers and things like that. And ladies want to do lots of different things, don't they? And yes, of course. We don't just want to sit there for days on end mastering feathers.
No, exactly.
So this is a great way to get that professional
We've got
finish.
loads of messages. Oh, hang on, I haven't set my machine up. But you set up, you start going, and then I'll do the messages for you.
OK. Well, I just wanted to show people how to actually fit it to the machine. So firstly, with most machines, you can pop the foot off like that, a clip-off foot, and then you've got a foot holder.
Yeah.
So we need to take the foot holder off as well, just as you would if you were putting a free motion or a darning foot on.
Yes, OK.
And now you can see we've got this shank.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you have a little tip, if you don't want to ring the call centre, about
high
and low?
It's an easy way to see if your machine's high or low. So you lower the foot as if you're putting the presser foot down.
Yes.
And then the distance between the screw hole in the shank and the base of your machine is what's going to tell you whether it's low or high shank.
Oh, OK.
OK, so if between the screw hole and the needle plate it's an inch, it'll be high shank.
Right.
If it's half an inch, it'll be low shank.
And if it's 3/4 medium?
It could be one of the others. So.
No, but if you're unsure and you don't want to make the decision yourself, just ring the call centre and say they've got this and this and this and this and this. Oh, this isn't working properly this today.
So I'm just going to screw this. I'm going to screw it on loosely by hand. Because then, as you know, depending on what wadding you're using, you'll get different heights of loft in your wadding. So what you should then do is put the fabric that you're using underneath the machine and lower the foot. I've only put this on finger tight at the moment because we've got that capacity to higher or lower, depending on the project that you're working on.
We can't see that because that handle.
Sorry, if I move my finger, you can see you've got capacity there.
So depending on how thick your quilt is, you can move it up or down.
That's right. So but what we want to do is position it to a particular height that it's not stopping this from moving. The foot is down. So it's allowing the quilt to move freely, but not too high that the ruler might slip underneath the foot. Yeah. So I say this is a little bit technical to get set up, but then we should be away. I've got a seat today.
She's got a chair to sit on. You notice the tables are all different for her as well. She's been very demanding.
Causing chaos with this.
Can you reach the pedal then?
Very difficult to do free motion if you're
standing up.
Yeah, it hurts after a while.
OK. So now it's important to have, do you need to have you've got the extra table here. Is it important to have the extra table?
Yes, it is. This machine, the Elna 680 comes with an extension table. Lots of people might have a machine that comes with an extension table because they come with a lot of quilting kits. What you'll find, this extension table isn't very large out the back, which would be useful if you're trying to support a big quilt. So the bigger the support, the better. You can get perspex or acrylic tables easily cut to your machine. So if you don't have one,
okay.
there are companies out there that do that.
A couple of little Moroccan tables that are exactly that high.
Oh, okay.
So if I wanted, like, I've got an extra table for mine.
Yes,
if you wanted it there, just build that up to the same height as the table. Then it'll make it easier.
Some people, when they're quilting, put sort of the ironing board or something, you know, to support the weight of a quilt.
Okay.
So then you would just work exactly as you would if you were doing free motion. So I'm going to bring my bottom thread up in here and just set that up completely as you would as if you were going to do free motion quilting.
If I'd never done free motion ever, is it, I mean, it's worth practicing, obviously, isn't it? Is it, can anybody do it? I
actually, yes, because it's actually a very different principle from either free motion embroidery or quilting. I found, I'm teaching workshops now in Westalee, a starter day for total beginners, and then a 3-day course for using the sampler set for people to really get the most out of them. And it's a totally different principle altogether, which I'll explain when we're going to use it now. It's much more relaxing than for lots of ladies get really stressed with free motion quilting because it's quite fast and erratic. And for me, it's quite sad. A lot of people out there love piecing and the patchwork, and then they find it's a hurdle at the end to quilt it, and so they end up either terrified of ruining it, so they just straight line quilt it, or send it away, and then you don't get the pleasure out of finishing it yourself. Finishing the satisfaction of finishing it yourself.
So your needle's down, your thread's up.
Okay, so the basic principle that most people don't get about it, apart from being able to trace a fantastic shape, is that the whole idea is if you had a big quilt under this machine, not just a small square, you know, you'd get it squashed underneath the throat of the machine so that you're able to just quilt the area that you're working on. To stitch a simple square, for instance, with the walking foot, I would have to stitch down a straight forward or backwards towards myself, and then I'd have to turn the whole quilt 90 degrees and get it all settled again. So the idea with the Westalee quilting ruler is that you move the rulers and not keep having to turn the quilt. So that's the beauty. That's why it is possible on a domestic machine, because you're not fighting with that quilt all the time. So just check my feed dogs are down as well. So as I say, just as you were.
So just you would be if you were quilting anyway,
free motion quilting. So you can see the ruler's butted up to the edge of the foot. And the first thing is to slow right down. Free motion quilting is quite fast, but we can just slow the whole pace down.
So if you're new, can you put your machine on snail?
Yeah, I've got it quite low here.
Which is unusual for you.
Yeah. So I can just take it nice and steady, and I can move just a little bit of pressure down so that the ruler and the quilt moves together. And you can see I can stop, and I can breathe, and I can have a sip of
no, you want a cup of tea, your machine's got a full-size
If you were free motion quilting, you wouldn't be able to.
No.
So then, if this was a big quilt, I wouldn't turn, I'm not going to turn the fabric, I can switch the ruler around, and I can you see the lovely guidelines on this?
Do you want me to hold it for you?
Back there. Can you see the guidelines on the ruler as well?
Did you bring this black paper on purpose?
Yes. It's a good,
I've got it upside down, but you can see the guidelines on there.
So you can see the guidelines on there.
Okay.
Okay. And it's just got a bit of stable tape on, which comes in the packet too, to stop it, to give it a bit of grip. So the line I've just stitched, I can then use one of the guidelines to make sure I'm keeping it square.
Right.
So I can put a guideline over the top of the line I've just stitched, hold the ruler in place. And because it's free motion...
Oh, wow. I was wondering how you were going to do that.
Yeah. So I've got to put my gloves on. Normally I wear quilting gloves.
I've
got them here.
All right.
So then again, I can turn the ruler, not the quilt.
Oh,
hold it in position.
This must have been revolutionary in the quilting world.
It's amazing. Because if you were just in the middle of... Oh, I've jumped off now. I'll let go.
Yeah.
If you were, like I said, if you just wanted to stitch a simple square in the middle of a big quilt with a walking foot, it would be so tedious to do.
You'd have to turn it, re-roll it, push it through.
Yeah. So, excuse that.
Kay's very excited about this show.
Jump of a stitch there. I'm going to go back on there. So, I'll put my gloves on.
Kay's bought hers and checked out to make sure she's going to get it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well
Fantastic.
Done, Kay. Heather, morning, John, Angela, and cute little Paul. That we know why that one's been sent through. It's raining buckets here. My TV keeps losing channel. Got it. Oh, Heather, no.
Oh.
Buy cheap, buy twice, Heather. Marcia.
So then you can see.
Good morning. Well done, Sewing Quilter, for bringing such a brilliant product. Thank you.
Oh,
well, it's Angela to thank. And was it Simon that brought this in, was it?
Well, you know, Sewing Quilter and I spoke about this after Festival of Quilts last year. So it's been, you know, it's been a long time coming. I've been very excited to bring it, so it's really good. And then I'm just going to point out the point about the needle being 1/4 of an inch from the needle to the edge of the foot.
Yes.
This is when it comes into its own now. So if I want to make sure I'm going to join, to know exactly, I'm going to stitch this square to the point.
Yes.
Because we know that it's 1/4 of an inch, it comes with this little measuring gadget.
Oh, that's what that is. That's a measuring thing.
And this has got an 1/8, 1/4 and 1/2 inch and an inch tool.
We got that.
Do you see that?
Hang on, let's just have a look at that.
Where do you want it?
Put it there, put it there, put it there.
Hard to see.
So it's got 1/8, 1/4 and 1/2 inch measurement on there. Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you do with that then?
This then replicates the foot itself.
Right.
So I can put it against the point that I want to make sure my needle hits.
Yes.
Put the ruler against it.
In exactly the right place.
And then I know that if I stitch across here.
Did you say that little ruler had like sticky bits on it? Not sticky bits, non-slip stick bits on it?
We've got stable tape on here, yes.
Does that come with it?
You've got strips of stable tape that come in any of the sets.
Oh, yes. It comes in the kit there.
Yeah.
So you stick it on yourself where you want it.
That's right.
It's in there, you see. Oh, that's brilliant. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop
No, and
the
it does
stitching.
make a big difference, actually, if you feel it just gives it that stability.
Well, you don't want to be halfway around the square, do you? No, for it to suddenly slip out the way.
Absolutely.
OK, so you've done a square.
So there you see, you can easily stitch things like that without turning the quilt. So that's the big, that makes, that is the big thing.
Quilter's been going through it for years and years and years. How come you only made it last year?
Ruler work has been coming in about the last 2 years, I'd say, and there are a couple of other models out there. But I think Leonie, what she's done is taken some of the issues with the initial ones that were on the market and ironed out the problems, because she's got 40 years experience as a quilter. And so it's the quilting and the engineering that's come together to think about those issues.
Show us more.
I think my thread might be... I've changed the needle this... Oh, I see. My thread was shredding a little bit there, but I think it's jumped out of one of the guides. So now, again, if I wanted to use the curved side of the ruler... Yeah. We can
gloves
stitch...
going on.
Put my gloves on.
So you could do any size square you wanted to do, any...
Oh, gosh, yes. And because of the guides on the ruler, it's really easy to do echoing. So 1/4 of an inch echo. So now I could stitch around that and echo. Let me do like a little petal. Again, as I was saying, you don't have to see where you're going with, turning the quilt around. You'd want to, if I was stitching out blind out the back here, that's fine, because I'm not actually having to see where I'm stitching. If I just hold the ruler... Right. I know it's going to be in the correct place. The thread is definitely shredding. I'm going to have to...
There's something wrong with that thread,
Yes, it's shredding.
Do you know what?
I'm going to re-thread the machine.
Because we desperately want to see you doing all this.
Yeah.
I've got some bundle of fabrics. Why don't you sort out your shredding thread?
My shredding thread?
Then I'll go over and do bundle. Well, look what you can do, right? So this would be the square one. And then you've literally just tilted the square round, give an optical illusion on that one, haven't you? Yeah, This is all with this simple starter ruler,
That's just with the starter ruler, and I used the 1-inch measuring tool to just make sure that I was just stitching around at the same spacing.
Right. So then you can also do this one with the simple starter one. Yes. Don't forget, he's getting the starter and the templates.
And the sampler set, yeah.
Right. Then there's this one here. Now, this reminds me of Spirograph when I was little. Do you know when you used to do the two... You're not old enough, Ange, to remember, are you?
I am.
Well, little Paul's old enough, but you're not old enough to remember, are you? Isn't that fantastic? And then, if you just want to do cross-hatching, because cross-hatching, I always say, draw your lines and do this, but you don't need to draw any lines, do you, when you're cross-hatching? Well, you do cross-hatching like that, though, wouldn't you?
With the cross-hatching, because you've got the guides on the ruler, yes, you can
just keep going and going and going. Right, now we're only talking at the moment about the starter kit, right? We're only talking about the starter kit. We haven't even moved onto the templates yet. So you get all the templates as well. No, we're not doing templates not till the second half. Not keeping that set, because I want Ange to show you how to do leaf. Because for people who've never done it before, then it's very, very exciting just to see how to do squares and shape. Then we will go on to templates. We've got 35 minutes. We're fine. How's your thread?
Should be fine now.
All right, we'll carry on here, and I'll go and show you the bundle. I think the demonstration's more important, you see. I think it's important you see the demonstration.
It's very just easy to show people the gist of the whole thing.
Yes.
With the starter ruler before we get onto the patterns, because, like you say, people can get a bit.
Thread in there. Look,
that could be why. I did put a new needle in this morning, but I'm not sure when it was last brushed out.
Should we ask Jay? Oh, Jay's not in today. Oh, heads up! I've got a heads up already. On which size? On the low?
There we go.
If everyone checks out on the low, there's only 14. Blimey! If everyone checks out now on the low, and a lot of people are checking out as they go along, there'll only be 14 low ones left.
I am a huge now Westalee advocate from the minute I used it last year.
You've got to check out your baskets, so you must check out your baskets.
Thank you. I do absolutely love the product. People will not be disappointed.
No. I just think it's fascinating, and the fact that nobody's... I've never, until I came to work here, only bought quilts for my bedroom. Do you know what I mean? I've never, ever... And it fascinates me, just even the making of them. But this really fascinates me.
You kind of do what it says on the packet, and then you really start to play yourself.
Yes, exactly. Come on, do
so
more
it's
so.
really creative.
Are you doing a leaf,
I'm after my measuring tool.
What are you looking for now?
My measuring tool.
There.
Yeah. So now if I wanted to do...
You need to put a colourful sticker on it.
I know, actually. Usually I've got it on a lanyard around my neck if I'm demonstrating, so I never don't lose it.
I'll be able to watch you. You're doing the Festival Quilts this year, aren't you?
Yes, I'll be there,
I'll be there heckling. I'll be at the back of the 4D going, I don't think you do it like that, do you, Ange?
So if I want to do a petal shape now across this square, again, I can use my 1/4 inch measuring tool.
Yeah.
Pop it in the corner there, because that's where I want the curve to reach. Yeah. So I call it civilised quilting because
it's very dainty.
I'm not getting stressed.
No.
You know, I can stop and breathe. Most people are holding their breath with free motion quilting.
It's funny, when I did that expensive machine, every time I did a pattern, I stopped breathing.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And you would never get this kind of you would never get this kind of accuracy with free motion.
And you need to put your ruler. I'm getting the hang of it now.
Getting the hang of it. Put your measuring tool in there.
And Annette in Shropshire says, please can you tell me what's included in the bundle? Have a lovely day. It's raining here, Annette. Oh, it is raining here, Annette. So I'll go through the bundle, all my bundle in a minute, Annette, for you. Just keep watching.
So it's just really, really lovely. My thread's gone again. There you go. You can see the shape. My thread's gone again.
Right, lots of people are messaging Little Paul asking about what size they need. Just ring the call centre, 0800 112 44 33. They've got a list, right, a mile long with every different machine. Simon's done it for them, right? With every machine, and to tell you exactly which foot you need, which set you need. Right, if everyone checks out now, the low has completely sold out. The low will have completely sold out.
Well, in that case...
You need to check, though, with the call centre. You might already know which one your machine needs.
Yes.
Right, there will be people missing out now on the low one. On the low one, there will be people missing out.
Shall I...
Is it playing up again, the thread?
It is playing up.
Do you want some more thread? Do you want Amy to get you some different thread?
No, I think...
Or is it operator?
No, it's not, it's not operator. I'm just wondering if, for the people that are buying the... if the sampler set sells out, then maybe I should talk through...
The templates.
Should I talk through a little bit through those? And then I can stitch one of the other ones.
OK, so Little Paul, you've got a picture of all the templates that you get in the kit, haven't you? They're just getting the picture, you can see all the templates. Now, Angela will go through all of them with you. Oh, that's the bundle, right? That's what you get in the beginner. That's the starter bit there. There are the templates there. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different templates. Yeah. Is that an octopus one down the right-hand side there?
Clamshells.
Oh, I thought they're octopuses.
Clamshells.
And a hedgehog at the bottom.
We get lots of strips of stable tape.
OK, let's come back to Angela. We get lots of strips of, what's it called?
Stable tape.
Stable tape.
Yeah. So don't just, like you say, put a whole strip on.
And once it's on, it stays on, doesn't it?
I think, yes, it is quite...
so think about where you put it.
Yeah, think about where you put it.
Right.
And you don't want to block some of your guidelines.
Measurements,
so,
no,
yeah, just put little squares on. So don't sort of put the whole strip down. Okay,
brilliant.
So we have... Shall I do one at a time?
Yes, please.
So we've got a couple of these ones. These are called spin effects. Right. And they're designs that rotate on a pin. So these ones have actually got a little tiny pinhole.
Oh, hang on, if you just hold them there, Timothy will come and find you flat first of all. Right, so these are called what?
Spin effects. So
and what do you do?
It's because they will rotate. There's one of them is like this pattern here. So they're where the petal, you will have like an 8 rotation or a 4 rotation. So anything like this or the ones over there where we've got sort of the floral ones.
Okay, so this is what you can do with
this one. Can you see there's a little diagram there to show you what it what
shall I bring it closer then? Yeah. So I'll bring that one to there. Right, so to create that kind of...
Yeah.
And so is each of them... Have they got drawings on them about what shapes you can do with them?
Yes, we'll show you, yeah.
Okay. And then what about that one there?
So both of these I've used on that whole sample there.
This one?
Yeah. So it's kind of... this is what you're meant to do with them.
Not meant to do anything,
yeah.
Really?
So, like I say, what you do on the packet, there's the centre of the one we've just shown. But this is to show you, actually, when you start to play, you can use them in borders. You don't just have to do...
that'd be lovely.
Just the circular patterns that you know, and like this echo here.
So this one here is the one that you can... These are the ones here. Let me hold that up. That one, and that one, and that one. Sorry. Are the ones that you mentioned basic. But then Anne said once you get adept at it, you could do borders on it like this. Or if you just scam across here to the teardrop one on that side as well.
You can really start to use them in different ways.
Right. Okay. You need to check availability. First of all, you need to check what you need from the call centre, and then you need to check availability, because the low one... I can't, if you've got it in your basket, we can't guarantee the low order one, because there's more of you got it in your basket than we've actually got.
Oh.
More than double. What we'll do is we'll ask the buying department when they can get more in. We'll ask the buying. We'll get a message. Can you get Amy to go and ask with the buying department when they can get more in?
We'll do another show. So those two are sort of, they go round in rotations.
Yes.
Then we've got 2 curves. So we've got
that one's one that Paul calls the hedgehog.
The 6-inch curve and a 4-inch arc. Yeah, they're both those. So
what would you use those for?
So that one, I've done all of those. Again, more than one thing. This is what it kind of says to do on the packet.
Right.
Kind of thing. It's a spiral. And you've got different spacing marks on. Do you see the guides on the ruler itself?
Oh, yeah, so you can have wider or narrower together.
What you can actually do is position this over a line that you've just stitched.
Right.
And then it will give you the spacing for the next.
Why has it got that? Why has it got that little lip there?
That actually hooks perfectly around the foot.
Oh, how brilliant.
So it, you know, you're...
She's obviously sat and thought this.
It's really clever, yeah.
Oh, just a message from the buying department. We don't know when it's coming back. They are going to try and get more, but we don't know when.
And then I've created these other patterns just using the arc. So
that's like a pair.
Yeah.
Now this one's fallen off the edge of the quilt, Ange.
No, it's to show the cross-hatching or just like curves like that.
They're beautiful, aren't they? And to think normally you'd have to send... I mean, if you try to do that as your normal freehand, then you're free motion, then you're going to be really, really terrified, because you don't know if you're going to hit in the right place.
You'd be practising for hours, wouldn't you? So they're really lovely to use.
Fantastic. So they're the 2 curves, and then you've got the one I call the octopus one.
And then we've got
hang on, there's that one as well.
Large and small clamshells,
So where would you use... Oh, there.
There's tiny clamshells there in the small ones.
So, but you can also make circles then?
Well, I stitched along one side clamshell, then went back the other side.
Oh, I love that effect. Yeah. That's like now, if Hannah was here, she'd be going, mermaid.
Yes.
Wouldn't she? Mermaid. Right, and then...
the larger clamshells.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't see that one underneath there. Early August, they'll be back. They've just... See, that's what I love about Sewing Quarter, is we ask a question, and you know what I mean? You ask a question, We asked scheduling or buyers, and we get an answer that quickly. So early August is when they'll be back, hopefully, fingers crossed. I love that. Now, that's like Joe Carter's
panda
quilt, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The clamshell, clamshell shape.
That's lovely. I'm sorry if you're missing out. I really, really do apologise if you're missing out.
And that's exactly the same clamshell. It's just got a little echo, like a little curve.
A little highlight,
in the centre, yeah. So as I say, you start to really play.
That's beautiful. So that's what that one's for.
So that's
there was one more, wasn't there?
And then we have the 2-inch circle. And again, the set's been really cleverly designed. This is a 2-inch circle. The clamshell is 3-inch.
Right.
Then 4-inch.
Oh, so not repeating themselves.
They sort of, if you're doing echoes, getting larger.
So how would you use that one there, then?
Okay, so the 2-inch circle, as with the spin effects, you'll probably see it's got a little bit of tape on here. And this is so clever, like you were saying about she's thought of these things. This has got a little gate. I'll just take the tape off. Some of the other rulers you stitch only on the inside.
Right.
And then you'd have to break your thread to get out of the ruler. So some of the rulers you stitch on the outside of the curve.
I think we need to sort the thread out, Paul.
And then you stitch on the inside.
Wow.
So Leonie's designed this with a little jigsaw puzzle.
Piece.
So if you're stitching a design, you don't have to, we don't want to cut the thread all the time to tie in.
No, of course not.
So I could have just stitched that, and without breaking the thread if it hadn't have shredded.
Can you show how that one?
Is
it up and running? Amy, just stand by, just in case we need to redo the thread, because the thread keeps shredding.
I'll do it.
I think I want to see it to do as much. We haven't even shown you the fabric bundles yet, but I really don't mind, because I want to see as much sewing as possible, don't we, really? Ooh.
I think it's something to do with the bobbin, actually, because it doesn't want to pick up the bobbin. So
have you got another bobbin there, Amy? Do you want to change swap your bobbin?
Let's have another go.
Just have another go and see what happens. Amy, send them over with another bobbin there, threaded up bobbin if it doesn't work.
Okay, thank you. Let's get it ready to go.
Remember, if it's in your basket, it's not guaranteed. You do need to check out, I'm afraid.
No, it's not picking that up. Let's go.
There we go. Now bring your thread up from the underneath.
Yeah, doesn't want to know.
No, right, I'm going to go and show fabrics while you sort that out.
Okay.
We will do, I promise you we'll do more sewing. I promise you we will do more demonstrations in a minute. Just need to sort out the, it's not the templates, it's the bobbin for some reason. Anyway, these were the four sizes that we had. The low shank, the high shank, the medium shank, and the high shank special. If you ring the call centre, they will tell you. Now, the low shank, which is this one, there's more people got it in your basket than we've got, so I'm just going to put that one away. Oh, they're all the same. All the sizes are the same. Okay? Every single size. I'll put those in the drawer there for Amy to collect later, because then I can show you the bundles, can't I? This is the one that, well, you haven't really seen, but this is the one that Ange has been using. Let me just move everything to the side. I'll show you it in real life, and then you can see the image. There you go. So you get 4.5 metres, so 2 metres of fabric here. They're lovely sherbet colours, these, aren't they? £12.95. Half a metre each, so you got 2 metres in fabric. It'll be like a spearmint, pastel pink, mint, baby blue, and lemon. Lemon. For £12.95. Now, if you do those and you want matching threads, Fred, he's here. We've done a little bundle of 4 threads. All right, Fred. So there you go. Pastel thread, 4 times 100 metre Gutermann threads, £6 and 95. Yeah, in 4 different colours there. I would tell you the numbers, but I haven't brought my glasses with me, and Paul's shouting them at me, but I can't hear him properly. £6 and 95 for the 4 threads there. Okay. Then, I won't put them. Right, purple now, which is gorgeous, isn't it? I love a purple bundle, me. Now, in this one, there's only 3 in this one. Just the 3 in this one. But look how beautifully they blend together. Mauve mist, violet, and deep purple. 1.5 metres, 1.5 metres of the Spectrum solids for £9.45. Got a bit of a thread on that one, I do apologise. Okay, gone. Thread to go with. Only 3 threads in this one. 3 threads. Purple thread bundle. £4.95. £4.95 for the threads. Right, threads. Then little Paul's favourite, the pink. He wears a lot of pink, does little Paul. He does wear a lot of pink. He was going to wear pink today, but then he saw it raining, so he put his best white shoes on. You've got pastel pink, you've got flamingo, and you've got vintage. Do you know what? On the very first show that Ange and I did together, we had flamingo fabric, didn't we, Ange? The flamingo pink. Do you remember we had those cards with the embroidery on? I feel like I've known her forever. It's really lovely. I'm going on a battleship soon. She's got a battleship, haven't you, Ange? Well, it's not a battleship, it's an icebreaker. She's got did you know? I'll just wait. She's got an icebreaker boat, right? One of, like, only a few. And if you want, I can't tell you what it's going to be seen on the show soon. I can't tell you which show it's going to be seen on. Not ours, obviously. She's not bringing it here. But anyway, it has got a toilet but no kitchen. Right, so that's the pink. That's the pink tonal. And then we've got the threads. Is it working? No, not yet. Got the threads here. They're pretty, aren't they? £4.95 for the 3 threads. Okay, and then we'll move on to the next one. We've got the blue. Now, if you change machines, you'll need to change the to a different foot, won't you? I think it's fine. Oh, Angie, miracle worker, she's fixed it. Right, blue bundle, vintage blue, azure, and marine blue. I'm ever so sorry. I had to stop then because my earpiece isn't working properly today. So what was the first one again? Vintage blue. And then I thought he said manure. And I was like, manure blue? That's a new one on me. Azure blue. £9.45. And the threads to go with those. 3 lovely threads. Graphics are coming in now. There you go. £4.95. Blue thread bundle for £4.95. You all right now, Ange? Can I come over? Oh, you can come over. It might not work, she says, but you can come over. It's live TV, isn't it, for you? Thanks for your patience, everyone, but you must check out your baskets. You must check out your baskets.
That's what, like you say, it's what it's like, isn't it?
It is.
The machine wasn't stitching too well this morning before I came on, and I put a new needle in and didn't quite have time to.
Maybe needs a servicing, doesn't
yeah,
it?
it should need. We were just talking about that actually, and I just asked when it was last cleaned out. So just almost there. So if I'd have been stitching this pattern,
yes,
and so I wouldn't have broken my thread. So that's where we've just finished.
Right.
The beauty of this.
Now, this is one of the templates you get in the 6.
So this is one that you stitch on the inside, and because of that now, I can open the jigsaw puzzle gate,
right,
pop it in without lifting my needle,
without cutting the thread. Because obviously with a quilt, if you cut you have to cut the thread, then you have to pull it through, stitch it, and finish off every time.
You've got to tie it in, yeah. So
you've got a bit of tape. Is that bit of tape still there? Do you need the bit of tape on it to do the sewing, or will the jigsaw stay in place?
Yeah, you put the tape back on.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. And then when, because tape wears, I've just been using magic tape, just, a little bit of tape.
And all of these, you've just done a straight stitch, haven't you?
Yes.
Just on a straight stitch.
Yep.
Because you make the size of the stitch, do you, as you're going round?
That's
so if you go fast, then you make little stitches. If you go slow, you make bigger stitches.
Which is why, because we're not moving the fabric very quickly, we can slow right down, which is why it's more controlled.
Okay.
But yeah, you can speed it up and if you're moving the fabric more quickly.
We've got 10 minutes left. I want to see as much sewing as possible, please.
So you want to see a circle. So now I can just hold it.
Oh, we've seen this.
Just moving the fabric and the thread and the template together. Are we there? Yeah.
Hello, John and Ange. Loving the show, learning so much. Lots of love. Leslie from Gravesend. That's nice.
Go round.
You're a very good teacher. I'm not surprised they've got you as an ambassador.
Thank you. So
right, okay, so you've gone round in a circle.
You can see on the template that there are guidelines too.
Let's
you see the guidelines? Can you see that? Yeah, we've got that black. So you can see the guidelines there. Oh, I'm sorry, John, I keep leaving that up, don't I? So I've gone round there. So what I can do now is just align this, keep it centred.
Right.
And then we can do stitch another circle. I'm stitching over the top of my...
Is Lonely coming over again?
I don't think she's coming this year, no. She's so... I mean, it's... You know, it's taken off massively.
It's worldwide, I suppose, isn't it?
She's all over the place, yeah, Leonie and Bill. But you know what? If you've got any questions whatsoever, I've known Bill call people up.
That is Bill, the husband?
Yeah, and just, you know, chat about it.
Now, you said there were 200...
Over 200 patterns, yeah.
So, of these template things, there's over 200 different ones of these, and we're just showing you 6 today.
Yeah.
Now, if people have missed a show or want to see more... Hasn't Leonie made some YouTube videos? She's been super generous with her tutorials. When I was at Malvern, I know there's a lot. And when I was at Malvern, I was saying to someone on the stand there, you know, that Leonie's put loads of YouTube tutorials up. And a gentleman stood there and said, I know there's 71 because I downloaded them all yesterday. Oh. Bless. So I've just stitched those 4 circles from a centre point. And now I'm able to unhook. Oh, brilliant.
And I didn't even put any stable tape on that. So you can see how easy they are to use. Yes. Generally, I would put, you know, stable tape on them.
Okay. Can you do some of these?
You want some clamshells? Yes, clamshells will be very difficult without stable tape, but we'll give it a go.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's okay. I'm going to stitch...
Do you want me to put some on?
No, it's fine.
Right.
Shall I stitch over the top of my circles from there? So then with the clamshell...
So your foot stays down all the time, really, doesn't it? You don't need to lift your foot at all.
Yeah.
Oh, and look, it just fits perfectly.
And where the needle is, it's in a line with my top line.
Yes.
So if you were doing clamshells, you'd put some marker lines on your cloth. My thread's gone again. But you see the thread has gone again, but you see how
now it's picked up again.
That's what it keeps doing, actually.
Oh, it needs a servicing, doesn't it? We'll get Jane from Elna in to service that machine.
But you see, I'm not having to keep turning the quilt.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant.
So
and also,
super.
if you were doing these by freehand, there's no guarantee, because with clamshells, it's really important, isn't it, that they're exact and precise. If you do it by freehand, there's going to be a moment. And also, I know you do freehand, but
like those circles.
If the phone suddenly rang, or if your husband came in and went, we've won the pools or something like that, do you know what I mean? Or our premium bonds come up, you'll have gone all over the place,
No, I stitch free motion, but I tend to draw with stitch, so they're sort of looser textile
so you can make mistakes, you mean?
Well, it's different with quilting. People want that every stitch the same size. With free motion embroidery, then it's different. You're kind of drawing with stitch, so it's a completely different principle. And like you say, to get this symmetry and geometry, free motion,
those circles there with that circle
and
one
overlapping
are just brilliant, aren't they? We're just bringing the overhead camera in for you to see. Look, aren't they? And so simple.
And I didn't even put a mark on the fabric to mark that. I was just able to sort of judge that. So they are really lovely to use.
Oh, they're fantastic, aren't they?
Yeah. So let's have a look, see if we can get this. Where's the... Let's have a go of the one... should we do the hedgehog?
Do the hedgehog one, yeah. Linda, hello, John. Angela, do you measure the shank when the foot is down or up?
Down. Put it in the lowered position.
Tell Linda.
Yeah. Lower the foot, the presser foot lever down and measure the height then. Yes.
Jennifer says, oh, sorry, I may have missed it. Can you tell me the needle position? Is it in the centre from Jenny in Warwickshire?
Yes. I've come across most times when you fit this foot, the needle will automatically sit in the centre.
Right.
From teaching my workshops, I have had a few, because I get ladies come with all different machines that we have to see how they, they're all slightly different.
Yes.
There's a couple of FAF machines that I've had that you...
that was another one I forgot earlier, wasn't it, FAF, yeah?
That the needle isn't sitting quite in the centre, so you might have to put it 0.8 or something like that.
What machine have you got, Jennifer? Sorry, what machine have you got, Jennifer, my love? Let me know.
So that
because you live near me.
that could be the reason that if it's not sitting in the centre, yeah, make sure. It will be in the centre from front to back, obviously, because it will just be a sideways thing that you can alter.
So if you were doing a super, super, super thick quilt or a very, very flimsy quilt, you just move it up and down to the thickness of your quilt, don't
That's
you?
right, yeah, but you don't want it too high that the ruler will ever push underneath.
Right.
Trying to find the end now. I don't think I've ever had, it's typical, isn't it? I don't think I've ever had a machine playing up day. Must have been quite good, hasn't it, for...
It's because you came in not nervous. It was like, oh, I know how to do this. I'm an ambassador for Westalee.
I'm always nervous.
You all are. It's funny. Now, we've got 2 minutes, I'm afraid, for you to do your hedgehog.
OK. That's OK. So we can see how this hooks underneath the foot.
That's just brilliant, isn't it?
And then if I wanted to do a curve to hit this point...
Yeah, get your little ruler.
Where's my little measuring tool?
See, even I know that now.
Yeah. Lots of people bought the templates last year and didn't quite know how to use that.
No, but they do
didn't know what that was for. So,
I think...
no, it's not stitching, but...
It's jumped out of its thing again. That's what's happened.
I'm continuing to show you because you see how I'm holding the ruler.
Oh, and...
I know, how disappointing. It's a good job I bought all my samples, you know.
Yeah.
There you go.
Otherwise, I'd have to bring all mine in. Yes, exactly. I think that's absolutely brilliant. Can we just quickly, before I go to the other side, go through the 6... Because you get all of this in the kit, don't you? All of this, not all of these. Yes. Just get a little bit of black paper out, and let's just have a look at.
You want your.
So the beginner, you get all of this. Everyone who's bought this for the £129.95. There was another something else there.
The foot.
Oh, the foot. Yeah.
The actual foot.
Oh yeah, the foot that's on the machine.
A little bit of stable tape left.
So this is what you'd normally get as your starter kit. So you get the little ruler that Angela's been using, 1/8, 1/2, 1/4, the sticky tape to make it, and then this ruler, and the foot obviously, which would go there, but it's on the machine. But what we're doing is we've bundled that plus 6 templates, haven't we? So.
And it's called the Sampler Set 1.
Sampler Set 1 you're getting here. That's good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. So this is the first one. This was I'll let you do the talking. It's not up to me. Circle. You only use the inside of that one, then?
2-inch circle.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Simple 2-inch circle.
You say that, but the beauty of these is that you can then start to use the outside. You can use the outside of them as well.
I suppose so, yes. And then that's the one with the jigsaw piece that comes out there, so you don't have to keep cutting your thread.
Yeah.
And you can just move. So is it on both sides or just one side? So the jigsaw piece drops out, so you can move your needle, so you haven't got to finish off every single time. That is such a clever idea.
But then, isn't it?
Oh, hang on, come on, John. I'm not very good at jigsaws. Right, I'll just put that back so I don't lose it. So that's the circle. Then this one and this one. 6-inch
spiral and a 4-inch arc.
Yeah. So could you make a circle? Would that make a 4-inch circle? Could you join that and that together? No, it wouldn't make a. It'd be more.
Yeah, I think it would.
But it wouldn't be on the middle ones.
I've used it on these areas here.
Right. So that's those two. You also get the one I call the octopus, which is the clamshells, large and small.
Yeah.
And you also get
2 spin effects, sort of floral patterns.
They're brilliant, aren't they?
Yeah, they're super. It's a great selection of, like I say, for the investment then in the sampler set and the starter set, it gives you a huge scope to keep you going for a while. And
Wasn't she brilliant? You were absolutely brilliant. I'll be there heckling you. Oh, you're back in an hour's time. You're doing a lovely felt cushion. We'll see Angie in an hour's time. Let me quickly go through the bundles then of fabric that we've got on offer today. Thank you for all your comments. I know I didn't want to disturb Angie with too many of them. We have loads and loads of messages, but I really want Angie to show. She's wrecking the joint now by throwing the thread all over the floor. But there you go. Let's start off then with the pastel. Very, very. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised this is popular. So what you get is you get 4 half-metre pieces: mint, baby pink, yellow, and a blue. £half-metre of each, £12.95. Was it baby blue? Oh, okay. What was that one there then? Oh, pastel pink. That's what I call baby, but there you go. Get ½ metre of each for £12.95. Beautiful. Got threads to go with. 4 threads. They're nice, aren't they? Actually, do you want to see them? Ow. Do you want to see them with the now, obviously, I'm showing you the get them the right way around, John. I'm showing that you're only getting the threads for £6.95, but I'm just showing them with the fabrics. Aren't they lovely? So the threads, the 4 threads, I'll move the fabrics out of the way, are £6.95. Like an apple green, lovely pink, yellow, and the blue. £6.95. Okay, moving on to the purple. Oh, very quickly now. 1 minute left, that's all I've got. Then Victoria will be up with us. So this bundle, you get 3 purples. You get mauve mist, 3 purples, £9.45. Oh, next one, pink. £9.45 for the pink. And then lastly, but not leastly, the blue. They're lovely blues, aren't they? Marine, azure, and another one. That's right. £9.45. Now remember, I haven't seen Victoria for ages. After the break, it's Victoria. She's got 2 gorgeous, we've got 4 beautiful projects today. Go nowhere. We'll be back in 3 minutes from now. See you then.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. There are many different ways you can buy from us here at the Sewing Quarter. You can order from us by calling our free phone number at 0800 112 4433 and talk to the team at our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, there are other ways you can buy from us. You can go online and shop through our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You can even watch the show there and shop as you go. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day and only pay a small fee of £2.95 postage and packaging for the whole day. We also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on all products excluding custom-cut fabric. Our friendly UK-based team will help guide you through every step.
Tune in on Sunday the 2nd of July as we welcome a very special guest to the Sewing Quarter studio. Anna Sanders from fabric specialist Alice Caroline will be dropping in to show us some of their fabulous Liberty prints and exciting project ideas. Over 2 shows, Anna will reveal some of the finest designs from the Alice Caroline studio. From fashion to home decor, these unique creations are all available in handy kits, so you can make your own Liberty masterpieces at home. So join us and Anna Sanders for this Alice Caroline showcase, Sunday the 2nd of July at 8 AM and 10 AM, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter at Sewing Quarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99. Well, I've got some gorgeous little, what was it called? Makeup bags. Really, really. Eau de We've got eau de to us today. Victoria's going to show you all about the eau de and everything. I love these fabrics. Right, that's the eau de coat. I'll talk you through all that in a second. I'll talk you all through that. Eau de coat, if you don't know, it's basically well, I tell you, it's coating that you put on cottons and fabrics, things like that, and it makes like an oilskin finish. It makes like a waterproof finish, which is what this, you can't see from that, but that's what we've got on this one. Right, now I've got 4 bundles. I've got 4 bundles to show you here. Right, cream lobster. Okay, it must be this one. No, I'll just do the pattern from there. Right. So, it's to, now, hang on, this to make this, isn't it? It's to make this. Oh, I'll show you the pattern, Sorry, it's a little bit flummoxy today. So, in the bundle, I'll just move that out of the way. Right. Cream lobster travel bag kit. Right, so what you get is you get the pattern. You get 2 meters of fabric, which I absolutely adore. You get the cream lobster. And then you get kind of a cream lining, but it's not lining because it's spectrum solid. You get 2 meters of fabric, you get interfacing, you get 2 zips, and you get some thread. Right? So now, I'll get Victoria to go through, but you've got an awful lot of fabric. There it is. You've got an awful lot of fabric. You could make at least 2 of those items on that pattern with all that fabric and have some left over as well. Right? We've also got that in aqua, which is this one here. I love this. Let me just show you this fabric because it's just gorgeous. Look, there's the lobster fabric there. Isn't that lovely? Now, we thought it was a premiere because I helped choose this fabric. This is one of the ones I was in the buying department when they were looking at this fabric, and I was like, oh, you've got to get it, you've got to get it. It's lovely. So that could be a John Scott pick. I don't think the buying department would like that because they picked it, really. But I helped pick it. John Scott helped pick this. So you get the lobster in the aqua. Now you get a different coloured lining in this. It's more of a biscuity colour, the lining in this one. You also get your 2 zips. You get your interfacing. That's latte, that one. Oh, no. That is latte. And the other one has got, I'll tell you what the other one's got afterwards. Then you get the pattern, and you get the pattern, £39.45. I've then also got 2 other bundles for you, which this fabric is gorgeous. These are slightly different. Oh, right, now. So I've got this one here. I've got feathers. These feather fabrics are just divine. Which colour would you like to go with first? This one here first. So it's feathers on cream, this one. Half a metre of each of those. So you get the cream, you get this, you get alternatives. So you get this one with the cream background with green. Oh, is that vintage blue? Okay, looks green to me. Anyway, that's that. But you also get the thread and you get 2 zips for £14.95. Oh, I forgot to mention the wadding on the last one. And then this one here. This one's got the green background for the feathers. And then the, like, ecru or latte. That's duck egg. Apparently that's duck egg. It's more of a teal green. I wouldn't say it was duck egg. I'd say it was teal green, but there you go. That's what the manufacturers have called it. Then you get the 2 zips. And you get the thread. And you get the biscuit thread for £14.45. Now, what I forgot to mention is in the first 2 kits, the kit with the pattern and the kit with the, the kit with the pattern, those 2, you also get the wadding in there as well. Right, I have got, if you don't want to bundle and you want to buy the fabric separately, but I'll go through all that later. In fact, let's get Amy to put that on the A-frame while I'm over there. That might be because let's go and see Victoria. I'll just say it's been ages since I've seen you.
It's been a really long time.
They've been trying to keep us all apart. I know it. Right, well, I'll just put that there to start with. Right, so this, let's talk about eau de coat first before we do anything else at all. Eau de coat is like a coating that you put onto fabric to basically make it waterproof. And it's so easy to use. Even I can do this. Even I can do this. In fact, last time I did it, I was on my own. I didn't have an expert with me to show how to do it. So I'm just going to get Victoria to show you how you actually use the Eau de coat. Right.
It's a fab product, isn't it?
I love it. It's so brilliant.
Really great.
It's absolutely brilliant.
What I've brought in, I'll demonstrate how to use the Eau de coat, but I've brought in some pre-prepared samples.
Right.
So I have a piece of fabric that hasn't been coated at all.
Right.
So that's the fabric as it was.
As is.
And then I've got 3 different samples where I have put 1, 2, and 3 coats on. The manufacturers suggest to put 3 coats on and allow to dry for 24 hours so that it's totally waterproof.
And they also say leave 2 hours between, or 1 hour between, 1 hour between each coat. 1 hour between each coat is what they say. So, how do you actually apply it then?
So,
now, quick question. You did the fabric before you made the thing, didn't you? But you can also, these, was it this one? I don't know if it's this one. Oh, there's one of my samples. I was going, where are my samples? Where are my samples? What we did was we painted these afterwards to see if it would work. And yes, it also works if you've made a bag like that and you only want the outside to be waterproof and not the inside, then you can just do it afterwards and it still works as well. But this, because it doesn't affect your needle or anything like that if you let it dry properly, does it?
No, it doesn't.
OK, demonstration, please.
The Eau de coat. I've protected my work surfaces with a piece of plastic. So use an old paper bag, plastic bag, plastic bag, something to protect your surfaces. I tend to cut the fabric slightly bigger than your pattern piece.
Right.
Just to allow, in case you...
So you didn't get your 2 metres of fabric and paint all 2 metres. Can I just reach across here?
Of course you can.
So you cut your panel pieces out
and
painted them like that?
Almost. I placed the pattern piece on and then I cut a slightly bigger rectangle.
OK,
and then painted those.
So you're not wasting any Eau de coat, because if you did the whole... 2 metres, you'd be there forever as well.
You'd be there for days.
Right, OK.
Right, so the Eau de coat itself is like a gel.
Yes.
It's a bit gelatinous and a bit gloopy, like gloopy glue if you watch children's TV.
Yeah.
They call it gloopy glue. So I've just stolen one of my children's paintbrushes.
I was going to say that's not our paintbrush.
Is it not? Does it look different?
We've got a much thicker one than we used to have. But...
Right, well, I've just stolen one of theirs and you just apply it on.
Do you apply it on quite liberally?
I tend to apply it on quite liberally, and then I'll use a card to scrape off the excess.
Because if you go to the internet and look up Eau de coat, there are little films of how you do it, little infomercials, whatever they're called, of how you do it. They put it on and take it off with an old credit card. But I found it much easier to put it on with a brush like you have and then scrape it off with a card afterwards rather than applying it with the card.
Oh, no. Yes, I see what you mean. No, I find it easier to just liberally apply with the brush and then take your card to scrape off the excess. And that, I think the scraping off the excess not only takes the excess off, but make sure you covered all the patches, because you may not have covered a little patch.
Yes, exactly.
So that...
Oh, yeah, and the last thing you want is, if you're making something you want to be waterproof, to have a tiny little bit that's not waterproof.
And then I take the excess that's on the card and just scrape it back into the pot.
Patricia said I bought some thick plastic from a haberdashery shop to sit my fabric on whilst I was Eau de coating.
Oh, yes.
Which is a good idea, because you can then wipe that down and put it away for the next time.
Yes, you can wipe that down. Yes, I reuse the one that I've got at home for bigger projects. I just keep that and roll it out. So that's it. That's as easy as is to apply. You just brush it on, you leave it for an hour, set the timer, and come back in an hour later.
And do another hour. But if some people, like Rebecca Reed, only did one coat on hers, so she left hers for 2 hours before she stitched it. But they're saying don't really use it for 24 hours.
Yeah, they do say totally dry within 24 hours.
Okay.
So just allow that setting
Brilliant.
time.
Now I need to show you something else. Oh, Sue, Eau de coat is great. I have used it loads, and I need a new pot. $14.95, Sue, $14.95. Right, now I've got a little Blue Peter moment here.
Would you like my plastic sheet?
Get my towel ready. Oh, look, it's my towel. With my monogram
with your embroidered monogram.
Right. This is one... Where's it gone? This is one that we made before, and people go, surely it can't be, surely it can't. Because the other thing is sometimes, you see, the lining of this isn't Eau de coated. The lining of this is just straightforward cotton fabric. The outside is one of our batik fabrics, which we did Eau de coat. And all we do is this, right? You can see, if you put the water on it, it just rivulets off. Is that the right word? Rivulets off, you see.
Like water off a duck's back.
Exactly. And then, I'll just towel this one. You'd have to towel it like this. I'm just doing it to show you, see, because what happens is it doesn't go through to the lining inside. Now, some people said, oh, I wouldn't want the outside to be eau de coated, I only want the inside. Because if you're making a wash bag, say, for, you know, and your shampoo leaks in your suitcase, if you've got the eau de coating on the inside, yes, everything's going to get coated in the champagne, but at least it won't come out on your clothes, your shoes and things like that. So that's to show that it works. Right, I'll put that there. Thank you, Victoria.
That's all right. It just makes quite a nice sheen as well. That's worth mentioning.
Yes. If you look at the bag you've made, you can just see the sheen on it.
Yeah, and you can get a higher sheen by using something like a Teflon pressing cloth.
Oh, okay.
And put that over the top, because you wouldn't want to iron that directly with your iron, because it is like a plastic coating.
Yes. Yep.
So use your Teflon pressing cloth, and then that gives it a nice sheen. And you can see the difference as well between the two in terms of...
They're back in stock, our Teflon pressing. They weren't in stock the other day.
So...
Oh, yeah, the Teflon pressing cloth is in stock.
Oh, good. They're quite handy. So you can
is that ours? Is that one of ours?
Yes, that came out the trolley.
I haven't got the packet. I've just got
there's a piece of paper somewhere.
Basically, it's a pressing cloth, and you can use it when you're... Well, I told that completely last time, because I tell you what else it's good for, as well as doing your eau de coat, is if you're doing Bondino, which we're going to be doing later, Bondaweb, right? Is that in this hour?
Yes,
no, that's in the next hour with you. If you sandwich your Bondaweb in between that and that when you're pressing something, and it leaks out, if you don't have one of these, it will leak out onto your ironing board cover. Whereas this, it leaks out onto this. Let it cool, you just peel it off so you haven't ruined your iron and you haven't ruined your ironing board cover.
Which is so annoying when you've ruined your ironing board cover.
So it's just fantastic. Right, that was just another little... Oh, there it is, there, $15.95. $15.95. I was a bit shocked when I first saw it, because I thought pressing cloth was going to be like an old tea towel or something, which mine is at home.
Yes, I've got a really old one that's all a bit brown and a bit stained and whatever, but I've also got a Teflon one.
They're brilliant, aren't they? All you must be careful of is when you've used it, they get hot.
They do get really warm.
So don't use it and then put your hand on it. Right, let's get going then. So this...
Okay, this is from...
The pattern.
This pattern
now,
we have here.
You've got 2 metres of fabric. That's ample, isn't it?
Yes, yes, absolutely ample. You've got 1 metre of the print, 1 metre of the solid. And from that, I've managed to cut the small bag. So this pattern has got 2 different styles of bag. One is your traditional shape, and then the other one's a box bag.
Right.
And you've got a small version and a large version.
Right.
This is the small version I've cut here.
Right.
And the large one is the one I'm going to demonstrate next.
Today. Obviously, we're just doing techniques and tips, so we won't get through to finishing all, but any questions you've got for Victoria, just get them through to us. So you cut that one and that one.
Yes.
And you've still got...
And I've still got a decent amount.
Well, yeah, I was going to say you must have the same of each, because you must use the same amount of each. Fabric.
Oh, yes, of the lining and the print, yes.
So there's quite a bit left after making 2 of these out of your fabric.
And if you're not quite so fussed about pattern matching, because I sort of tried to match. I didn't quite, my lobsters are a few millimetres out, but I was fussy about how I cut the fabric out to try and make sure that the lobsters were on the outside.
Oh, yes,
if you're less fussed about that, you can get even more out of the fabric.
Lovely.
So
pattern?
There's your pattern. Like I say, it's got 2 different versions in it. Today we're going to look at the box bag in the larger size.
What sort am I looking for? Is it a beginner, intermediate, or...?
I would say intermediate.
Oh, okay.
It's certainly not a bag for a beginner. Maybe view A and B are more for a beginner.
Right.
But the C and D, the construction technique is a little bit more tricky.
Oh, okay. So maybe an advanced beginner before they think they've got intermediate sort of thing.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, okay. So you think it's
definitely, because
definitely intermediate.
Quite often with box bags you'll get exposed seams on the inside of the bag, whereas this pattern has got the seams hidden inside.
Because the last box bag we did had all the seams showing.
Whereas this one, all the seams are hidden on the inside.
Oh wow. So I see. So
they're all. You don't have those raw edges.
How much would you pay if you went to one of those top-end stores? I'm thinking. I'm not going to say which store, Liberty. But if you went to a Liberty and you got a completely finished off bag, you'd be paying a lot of money for a wash bag like that, wouldn't you?
So that's why you would say that it's not a beginner pattern, because it's a bit more complex the way that it's constructed.
No, exactly.
But nice, it gives you a really nice finished.
And do you say that's the smaller one?
That's the smaller one.
Because that wouldn't fit half my toiletries.
No, me neither. Yeah. My toiletry bag gets bigger and bigger all the time.
Exactly. So now the pattern pieces.
Yes, the pattern pieces.
Quite simple to follow.
For each of these bags, there are only 2 pattern pieces. So you've got the main body of the bag, and you've got one for the handle.
Sorry to interrupt. Donna says, can we buy the lobster fabric by the metre? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And in a minute, I'll go through it in a second. I'll let Victoria get started, because that's what it's all about. And then I'll go through the fabrics. I need to pull them over a bit for you to see. Right.
I've realised I haven't been given a zip. I need my long zip.
Oh,
Is
here,
there
use one of these. Here, use one of these off the kit.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Woo. It's wafted along. So the pattern piece is this one here, the main pattern piece.
Right.
You cut 2 out of the fabric and you cut 2 out of the lining.
Right.
What I've also done...
Oh, it's the wrong aircon on
no,
today.
that's all right. We're okay. We're way down.
Yes.
What I've also done is, and included in your kit, is some wadding and some interfacing.
Right.
So I've done that on these pattern pieces, just to give it a bit more body,
Yes.
so that it doesn't collapse, because you don't want soggy.
I tell you what somebody's done, sorry to interrupt, somebody's adjusted the, we made it so that the air just went above us, and somebody's changed the settings, so it's now hitting the table, yeah.
That's all right.
Anyway, sorry, we'll carry
the
on.
hair will be flowing in the
Well, that's
rims.
what happened. Poor old Janice was here, she had all her pattern pieces out, and it suddenly hit, and everything went everywhere.
That happens with
No,
me
don't
when
turn
I'm
it off,
sewing
I'm
at
way
home.
too hot, way too hot, yeah.
I do that when I'm sewing at home. I've got the kitchen door open and
yes.
then it wafts everything's
Yes,
gone.
yes.
So
Right.
what I've done is I've applied the interfacing and the wadding to the reverse of the main body pattern pieces.
Okay.
I have just added a line of stitching, basting stitches on those outside
Yeah.
edges, because these outside edges are where we're going to sew the zip.
Fine.
So it's best if they're properly in place.
Okay, so you've got your fabric that you coated 24 hours ago.
Yes.
You've put your iron-on interfacing and you put your
And some
wadding,
wadding.
and then just basted at either side to hold it all in place.
Hold it in place.
Brilliant.
Yes. So we're going to take...
Is that the right zip?
no, we've got the longer one, please.
Oh, so in the kit, sorry. In the kit, you get one long zip and one short zip. I didn't
You can
realise
make
that.
one of each.
Yeah.
So just rip that off.
Yeah,
So
right
we
there.
start off with this pattern by attaching the... one thing to note about this pattern is you can actually make it as per the instructions with 2 different fabrics.
Right.
So you can make one fabric on the front and one on the back. So this is effectively the front of the bag, and the other one is the back of the bag. So you
Right,
could
okay.
use 2 different prints, but
Yes.
we've just gone for the one. I'm more of a matchy-matchy kind of
Yeah,
person.
no, I agree with that, yes. Especially when it's a fabric like this.
I know. I love it. I really like it. I was actually sent some by mistake once. I was using another one of the Lewis and Irene fabrics.
Yes.
And I'd made a selection, and they sent me this instead, and I went, oh, I really love it, but it's not appropriate for what I was making that day.
Okay. Right.
Okay, so your instruction sheet is really, really good. Quite often with some of the larger manufacturers, instructions can be a
Yes.
little bit sketchy, but these are super. They're absolutely brilliant. You've got lots of really clear instructions.
Oh, yes.
Lovely diagrams, and it's written in a way that actually makes sense.
Good.
Rather than you going,
That looks much more simplified than most patterns that you see, isn't it?
yes, good step-by-step instructions.
Okay.
Right, the zip needs to be attached to the main portion of the bag. You put the zip right sides down, and the end of the zip needs to be 1 centimetre or 3/8 of an inch from that edge.
Okay.
So we'll just stick the ruler down. So 3/8 of an inch is there.
So what you're saying is where it zips up to, the
So,
teeth have to be
yes,
that
you've got
far in.
the stopper at one end here,
Yeah.
and then you've got a stopper at the other end.
Yes.
So both of those need to be 1 centimetre or 3/8 of an inch in from each edge. That just allows you to construct later on. So we'll just pin that in place along the edge, and you're just matching up the raw edges of the zip
Yeah.
with the raw edges of the top of the bag. I'm just moving this zipper, the puller out of the way, because I find that when I'm stitching, when you get to where the zipper puller is, you can end up with knobbly
Yes.
line of stitching. And you can use either pins or sewing clips. That's a thin pin.
Teflon sheets, very popular. I'm glad you mentioned that because it's been out of stock every time I've wanted
has
it
it?
recently, yeah.
I could do with a new one. Mine's really rigid. This
Yes.
is a nice one because when it folds up, I've got to roll mine up.
Yeah. Oh,
Stick
yours
it on
is
the
like
shelf.
one of those, yes.
Mine's more like what you would use for baking. I think I may have bought the wrong
Wrong
thing
one,
at the time.
yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to just slide that zip out of the way again.
Oh, it hasn't been in for 6 weeks. Hasn't been in
wow.
for 6 weeks.
Okay.
So get it now if you want it, the Teflon pressing sheet.
Okay, so that's attached along that side. I'm going to now just run a line of stitching along from one end to the other.
And is it the line of stitching putting is the finished line of stitching, not a basting or anything?
No, there's finished line. But if you're not confident, then do baste.
Yes.
If you're really not confident, go ahead and baste. Right, so I'm going to do that.
All righty-ho.
And just stitch as close as you can to the zipper teeth. More stitches, thread. I think I've just lost that. Oh, yes, thank you.
We can't see your face otherwise, to see these arms.
You're not here to see my face, though,
well,
are
you would be surprised how many people like our faces.
Oh, someone has to, don't they?
Yes. I've got a face only a mother could love, haven't I? Like little Paul. Oh, well, mind you, little Paul's got his fans, hasn't he? Also, on my birthday, we did this film that went out on Facebook
saw
and everything.
It was fabulous.
And little Paul was next to me, and the next day we had a message or two saying, "Oh, he's rather cute. Little Paul's rather cute." I'm surprised it could, because he was here, wasn't he? Really, he's only that tall, really. Right, sewn in the zip.
Yep, all the way along.
Paul says he and I are going to fall out soon because I speak the truth.
Because you speak the truth. So I'll just come along, and when I get to a certain point, I'll just move that zip back along to where it came from. Yeah. But to do that, make sure that your needle is in the down position. Yeah. Lift your presser foot, and then you can just slide under.
Yes, because otherwise you get like a blip, don't you?
Yeah, no matter how much you think you're going in a straight line, when you're going around that zipper puller, you end up with a blip.
Oh, I had some emails in. I can't get those on my screen, so Paul will read those out for us. Sue has messaged in. Oh, she sent an image of a rucksack that she's overcoated. We'll have a look at that in a second.
Fabulous. That's a good idea.
Oh, no, I saw that on Instagram this week.
Oh, did you? Because
that was the fabric was it you and me, Paul, that sold that fabric, yeah? I haven't told you what it is, though. I said it was a rucksack. Come on, then, you're going to show it. Sue made that, you see. That's the tropical birds, look. And she's overcoated it. So it's that linen look. It's not real linen, it's linen look fabric that she's done that with. That's lovely. So very nicely made as well, isn't it?
And such a good idea to eau-de-coat a rucksack.
Yes.
Suitable
well, you'd
for
know
all weathers.
Have children, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So what'd you say, little Paul? OK. Right, so then...
Right, so you've attached the zip face down to one side, and then you repeat with exactly the same thing with the other side.
Right.
So I'm just going to line up the edges of the top piece. That helps me figure out...
where it's going.
To make sure that you're not doing a bit of a skewer.
OK, so now you're not using pins this time?
Well, I'm just clipping in a couple of places. I want to pin from the other side, but I want to make sure that I've got it in line. So I'm just going to clip in a couple of places.
Wonder clips.
Wonder clips are really useful for bag making.
Yes.
Because sometimes you've got lots of layers, and trying to get pins through lots of layers is really uncomfortable on the hands.
Okay.
Right, so I've pinned that in place. I'm just going to flip it over, and then... because you will be sewing from this side.
Yes, of course.
And actually, why don't we just go whole hog and just use the clips?
You got the graphic, the Wonder clips coming in, little Paul. What with? Right, now, if you're having trouble, people are having trouble checking out with the lobster, the actual fabric or the bundles. Oh, are you doing this on the web? Are they trying to do it on the web? What you need to do, no, I know this, what you need to do is if you're having issues putting through, somebody wants to buy 3 metres of the lobster fabric, ring the call centre and they can sort it out for you. Yes, I'll tell you about it in the break. Oh, you know? Oh, yeah.
He knows everything.
I've got a message, Nora. Morning, John and Victoria. Lovely to see you both. Beautiful fabric and a beautiful bag. Lots of love, Nora. You can buy the fabric in a minute. In a minute, when Victoria's finished sewing this, I'll show you the fabrics. I'll show you the fabrics you can buy as well. That was Nora, yes. Yeah, Nora in Dorset. I think Dorset was on Escape to the Country. I love Escape to the Country.
Oh, do you?
Oh, I love it. But I have to have it on fast forward. I have to have it filmed, because if I don't like the house, I just have to or if I don't like the look of the couple, I just fast forward to the houses.
To the house, see the houses. But you're countryside, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I'm well and truly in the countryside. In fact, Hayley came to my, production manager,
Yes.
Hayley. She came to my house, she came to our village fete on Saturday that
I
I was
saw,
hosting.
yes.
And she arrived, she went, "You're not joking, you're in the countryside."
Did it take her a long time?
But I always say, I live in the country. She thought she meant I lived on the outskirts of a town with a few trees around me. I mean, literally, my village is in the middle of nowhere.
Sounds a bit like my village.
Oh, is it?
Yes, no shop.
Oh, we've got a shop.
I know,
we have
you've
to
got a
run our
shop.
shop, yes.
Yes, that's
I don't know what I'm telling you. Our double raspberry magnums are back in stock in the
But not
pop-in.
the mint.
Not the mint. We haven't got the mint. Sally wanted the mint. We haven't got the mint.
Oh, I like the mint. Yes, we don't
I had a
even
busy day yesterday. Very busy day. There was some in the church. There's 2 weddings this weekend in the church. You see, and the not scaffolders. What those people that put tents up? Marquee people.
Oh, yes.
Kept coming in for food and drinks and everything like that. It was very busy.
Oh, handy. Right. So there's your zip put in to the main fabric. See that?
Oh, that was easy. You made that look so simple.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Now,
Zips frighten people, though,
they
don't they?
do.
I hate zips.
They do, but you take your time. And like I say, if you're nervous, baste first, or use
always.
some glue, glue pen, something like that to temporarily stick it in place.
Okay.
Now, the next thing is to repeat that process, but with the lining fabric.
But not the zip.
Well, you're attaching the lining fabric
Oh, okay.
on the other side. So you're taking... So you're attaching...
Oh, so you're sandwiching.
You're sandwiching
Is that the
in.
first job to do? To sandwich the lining?
Yes, so you're sewing that on, so then that hides the inside of the zip.
Oh, it is a high quality bag.
Yeah, it is good. Now, you could have done this all in one step. So you could have laid a main fabric, a zip, and then the lining on top.
Oh, right.
And sewn them all in one go. But actually, by doing it step by step, there's less room for error.
Yes.
Much more safe.
So is that what you're going to do next?
So yes, so that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to attach, and you're doing right sides together, but obviously the solid hasn't got a right and a wrong, but you're attaching it onto the top of the zipper.
Right.
You're doing that on one side, and then you're doing the same thing on the other half.
Okay. Are you going to do that for us now?
Yep, I can
we'll
do
watch
that
you do
for
the
you now.
first one, and then I'll go and do fabrics while you do the second
And then
one,
I
if
can do the
that's right.
second one. Of course it's all right.
I just, you keep pinning that.
Have I gone all wonky?
No, you've gone a little bit plunging.
Sorry.
That's it, there we go.
Bit early in the morning for that, isn't it?
Well, little Paul says it's never too early. Especially when you brought him donuts.
I was going to say I brought him donuts, so it's a bit early.
Were they
donuts
just for
as
little
well.
Paul then?
Well, I don't know how many he had.
Well, I don't know, but he had the... Victoria brought us some donuts in, and Paul was like, "Who's these donuts?" This is at 7 o'clock this morning, 7:15 this morning. And he was going round the building, and Victoria said, "Oh, yes, I brought them in." And he was like, "Oh, well, I'll open them then."
He said, "I'm trying to be good."
I'm trying to be good, but I'll open them.
At least wait till 11's
down.
is.
That's because you've shrunk. He went to the doctors, and he's shrunk. He's not happy.
What? That happened to me. I went to the doctors, and I had to be measured for something or other.
Yeah.
And she said, "Right, you're 1.61 m." And I went, "What?" That's not what my passport says.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That's
My passport's completely wrong because I got completely muddled up with the centimetres. So my passport says I'm an awful lot taller than I really am.
Oh, dear.
So now, again, if you're unsure, tack it into place.
Yes, tack it in place if you're not sure. Just keep the raw edges together and sew a nice straight line. And let the machine do the work for you. Machines like to sew in a straight line mostly. Yeah. Mostly, but not always.
Oh, you're all right.
Move that zip.
Oh, yeah, move the zip. Oh, yes. We were all so busy concentrating then. I wasn't saying anything, was I? I was just watching.
No, I know. It's mesmerising.
I know. But sometimes it's nice to be quiet, isn't it? Just to watch someone else sewing.
Here we go. Nearing the end. Okay, so that should be the first half of your zipper in place. Layer upon layer.
You make it look so easy.
Well, it is easy, and you follow the steps.
Yes.
So if you imagine, if you open the bag, that's your lining.
Right. So did we get that?
Should we do that again?
Yeah. Are we ready?
And we're going to do the other half in a minute.
Now.
So you open up your zip, and then that's your lining attached.
You see, it's
there.
posh. It's
it
a
looks
posh one,
really
isn't
smart.
it? Yeah.
Looks
Right,
really
while
nice.
you do the other side of the zip,
I'll do
I'm
the
going to
other
go and do
half.
the bundles and the fabric again.
Lovely.
If that's all right.
Yes,
but then
of
don't do
course.
anything else. I don't
No,
want to miss anything
I'll
else
stop.
at all. Right.
Not a
So
problem.
what should I do first? Should I do the fabric by the half metre first? Now, here are the 4 fabrics that you're seeing in the bundles today. But we've got them in, you can buy them in the half metre. You can buy them in the half metre. Now, obviously, this is a metre that I'm going to show you now, but you can buy them in the half metre. So this is lovely. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll measure it. I'll do it so it's half. Now, as I said earlier, the day that these fabrics were being ordered, I was in the buying department, and they were like, oh, do you like this one? And I said, and these 2 I chose. I helped choose these 2. So this is half a metre. That's what you get for half a metre. It'll be 44 inches wide. It's 100% cotton. Beautiful, isn't it? I love the print. This is feathers. Lewis and Irene, feathers on cream, half a metre, £5.95. This would look lovely in a shirt. Wouldn't that make a gorgeous shirt? I'd iron mine first, obviously, before I made anything out of it. So I've also got that. Now, you see, I'd make the shirt out of it. They call it duck egg. I would call that more of a green, wouldn't you, than a duck egg?
Yeah,
I think it's more of a jadey,
more of a
O'Donnell-y. Look, I love, oh, look. 100% cotton, remember, machine washable at 30 degrees. Look, isn't that lovely? They're calling it the duck egg feathers, but it's like a pale O'Donnell, pale jadey green, that one. But that one would be beautiful, wouldn't it? Absolutely lovely. Then we've also got the, now, do they call it lobsters? Is that what they're calling the fabric?
They are lobsters.
They are lobsters, definitely.
I love it when you call it lobster.
Aqua lobster first, then. Sorry.
I love it when you say lobster cream, because it reminds me of a nice posh dinner.
Oh, no, I'm vegetarian.
Oh, so no, not for you. Then.
This is called, oh, no, is it upside down? No, lobster and anchor.
The lobsters go both ways.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, multi-directional.
Oh, yes, so they do.
Swimming up and down.
And the anchors go up and down as well, so we're all right there.
So it makes it easier. You get more out of your fabric that way.
Yeah, that's lovely. That's a gorgeous feel to it as well. So that's the lobsters and anchors on aqua. And we've also got it in cream, which actually I'd say was more of an ivory than a cream. There you go, this is half a metre. Look. There you go, it's lovely, isn't it? Let me, can you see, well, you better see the size of the print when I show it on the table. £5.95 for half a metre. So that's if you want to buy the fabrics separately. I'll get Amy to tidy that one up in a second. Right, but I've got bundles to show you here as well. So the bundles that Victoria's using are these. So this is the one she's actually using at the moment. It's the aqua one. So what you get is you get a metre of the lobsters and anchor in aqua. You get a metre of the latte. There's the two fabrics. There's your 2 fabrics. You get 2 metres of fabric in total. You get interfacing. You get 2 zips, a long zip and a shorter zip. And you get the pattern. And you get the thread. And you get the wadding for £39.45. Now, we've got the same bundle over here. I'll just have to transfer the zips because I've given Victoria the zips on this one. Same thing, but this one's in the lobsters on cream, and you get a metre of ecru lining with this one. £39.45. They're gorgeous, aren't they? But again, if you buy the fabric by the metre, by the half metre, if you don't want the actual whole bundle, you could just buy the fabric. But if you're having any trouble putting it in your basket, please, please, please just ring the call centre and they'll help you out. You get the wadding. Okay, and I'll do the feather one. I'll do the feather ones when we come back in a minute. Oh, excuse me. Also, you need to know that the Teflon pressing cloth.
This one here.
Thank you very much. This is an R-opened one that we use here. Selling very fast. Hasn't been in for 6 weeks. Oh, I do apologise. 6 weeks, and it's selling very, very fast. £15.95. Oh, there's the packet there. That's how it comes. I've got more water here because I also want to show you the eau de coat as well because that's selling very fast as well. Have you got still of the eau de coat? There's the eau de coat there. Was that the one you just used?
the one
I was going to say this one's lovely and heavy. This one's
Yes.
full.
So with mine, I've got maybe a third left.
Yes.
And I've coated 2 bags and a whole bunch of excess on 3 layers each. I went for the
Thank you.
3 layers.
Now, somebody did email in because she was making a tablecloth and eau de coating it. And I'm sure she said she was able to eau de coat 1.5 meters of fabric.
Right, okay.
Because she was doing it as a tablecloth.
Yeah.
But how many millilitres you get in the packet?
250.
250. Let me know if you've used eau de coat and how much. Sylvia says, what address do I send photos to? Sylvia, it's studio@sewingquarter.com. studio@sewingquarter.com. Thank you.
Right, I need to give this a little press, so I'll use the Teflon sheet if
hang
you
on a
don't
sec.
mind.
Yeah, let me just try and get all this out for you then. Aqua is the most popular so far.
I really like the aqua, but actually in the white it looks really fresh and more nautical.
Yes,
almost.
but that looks more wash bag sort of, because it's got the aqua to it. It's just lovely, isn't it? So you're using the Teflon because you've got the eau de coat on the fabric?
Yes, you don't want to ruin your iron.
No.
Not that it's a really thick, heavy covering, because you can see how pliable the fabric remains, even though it's been coated.
Yes. And also don't press down too hard, because you've got wadding in there and you don't want your wadding to go stiff.
No, you don't want to squish it all.
Squish, technical term.
It's a very technical term. Let me put that back under there.
Oh, thank you.
It's all right. Okay. So the next step on this project is you're effectively constructing the outside of the bag first.
Right.
So you're bringing these 2 long edges together, which is the bottom of the bag. Place those right sides together. Scoop up my clips. And we're going to pin and sew along that lower edge. You did that very well, by the way.
Thank you.
It's like with maps, isn't it?
Oh, no. Yeah, it's not, I haven't done it properly, though.
Oh, no, it looks quite good, though.
Yeah.
But my grandfather was a big walker. He loved walking. He lived down in Devon.
Oh, OK.
And he always had massive Ordnance Survey maps. And as children,
They'll have gone. I mean, unless you're a map collector, you don't buy those anymore, do you? It's all on your phone and everything, on your computer now.
And there's a lovely shop in London, a map shop. And it is lovely, but you just think, your business, it's quite a tough business, isn't it?
Little Paul said, what do they sell? I know, ignore him.
Travel books.
Yeah, thanks, Paul.
Stationery.
Picnics.
Right, we are sewing this bottom seam with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. You're roasting today.
Here, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay. So sew along that bottom edge.
Oh no, it's because the angle's done. What's happened is that whatever Amy did to the machine, it's now just only hitting Tom, the cameraman. It's not coming anywhere near us anymore, the aircon. We'll get it sorted in the break, don't worry. I think that's what started my cough off. Excuse me. Right, so what are you stitching across the bottom?
Across the bottom.
So where on this?
That's on this, yes, this bit here.
This bit here.
Opposite side to the zip.
Literally across the bottom of the bag there. Because obviously those notches are going to create that box bottom or the squared off bottom, isn't it?
On the sides. Just something I didn't mention before, when you baste in place your wadding, make sure that you do that about 1/8 inch from the outside edge, because you've got to leave.
So it's inside the seam allowance.
Inside
You're not
the
going to
seam
see
allowance,
it,
yes. Okay.
Yeah, put all your pattern pieces away, because they're changing the angle of the thing, so...
Okay, so you've now sewn, effectively, the tube.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, go on.
No?
No.
And we're going to bring this base portion to meet the side seam where you've inserted the zip.
Right.
So you're just matching up the sides.
Okay.
It's not difficult to do because it's already cut out. And I'm going to do it from this way up.
I was going to say, because you've got your lining in there as well,
Yes,
haven't you?
we're going to do a little stitch. So if you line up this outside edge and give that a pin or a clip.
Right.
then again on the other side, flip the lining out the way, because we're not going to sew through
Oh,
the lining.
okay, so the lining's not getting included in this at all?
No. Right, so what I'll do is I'll show you on here. We're going to sew along this edge here. You're going to sew up to and across the zipper tape, but you're going to stop where that line of stitching is.
Oh, okay. So you literally stop before you get to the teeth of the zip.
So, yes, and your line of stitching where you attach the lining to the zipper tape, this line of stitching here, you sew up to that point.
Right.
And again, you then stop and then sew on this side.
Stop,
from the
cut
line,
off and finish and everything.
Take out and then start again on this side from the line of stitching down to the edge of the bag. And you repeat the same on the other end. So you're not sewing this bit in at all.
Right.
Make sense?
Yeah.
And just checking. This is the end with the zipper puller, and we'll move that out the way when we come to do
So you're doing
that
the far end first?
The far end first.
But it doesn't matter which end you do.
No, it absolutely doesn't matter which end, but I was just making sure that the zipper puller wasn't...
Yes, so when you do the zipper pull end, you need to pull the zip down.
Yes, pin it in place first and then reach inside the bag and pull it out of the way.
Well, that's a good... We'll do that when we get to it, because that's a good little tip. I'd have automatically just pulled the zip down and then pinned it, but then you could go wrong.
Yeah, it's easier to do it the other way. I'm just taking my time going up to that line of stitching. And don't be afraid of using your hand crank.
Oh, no, exactly.
Little reverse stitch. And pull that out, and then flip both pieces of lining out the way. Get rid of some of these threads in a minute.
Right, now, this is... Oh, no, sorry, we're still at that end, aren't we?
Yes.
So I was getting ahead of myself.
You were rushing. Okay.
Now, the feather fabric is very, very popular. What I'll do is in a minute, we'll go back and I'll show you the bundles of the feather and the feather fabrics. It's very, very popular. Feather fabric.
Okie dokes. So that's the one end of the bag. And
you see, now this is why I suppose you're saying it's not for a beginner, because it's not fiddly, but it's...
There are a number of steps, and you've got to think.
Yes.
So that's what that's done there. That's sewn across that bottom seam here. Okay, so we're just going to zip that back up where it was.
Right.
And we're going to repeat the same process at the other end of the bag, keeping the lining out of the way.
Right, now this is what I was going to ask. So you're going to pin it with the zip...
In place.
In place.
Because then it means that these two pieces aren't loose. They're connected, if you like, because the zip is closed. If you pull the zip open, you've got a chance that they might do whatever they want. So I'll just match up those raw edges.
Okay.
Pin in the same place. And make sure when you're sewing up to this line of stitching that the lining is sitting down.
And also make sure it's the same both ends. Because if you've got, you know what I mean, it would twist, wouldn't it?
It wouldn't sit very well. Okay, I'll stick 2 more pins in here. And then I'm going to reach inside the bag through the little gap in here.
Oh, Donna, can they not do anything for you? Just, Donna, I'll keep little Paul, print that one up for me. And if you can't get through, Donna, I'll ask after the show and I'll try and find out an answer for you. And if you're watching tomorrow, I'll give you a reply on tomorrow's show, because obviously I can't do it while I'm here. I'm on tomorrow. No, I'm tomorrow. Derek's Saturday and Monday.
Okay.
Just so you wonder why it's suddenly Derek and I, me and Derek, me. Hang on, I'll change to an English teacher. I should know this. It's me, because you always do it. So it's me today, tomorrow, and Friday. Derek on Saturday, me on Sunday, and Derek on Monday, because Natasha's little boy's got chicken pox, and she's had to take the time off to look after him, which is understandable, obviously.
Chicken pox, not good.
No. Got some pictures come through. Pictures come through. Sylvia. She loves all the fabric. Look at all these. Oh, wow.
Oh, that's fabulous.
Oh, there's the crocodile fabric.
Is she doing a craft fair?
They're beautiful, aren't they? And then we've got what? Sorry. Oh, dear, listen to my throat. Oh, that's the Quilt as you go. That's nice.
Oh, lovely.
That's from Lorraine.
Oh, I did that last week. London Labyrinth.
Yep, yep.
And I used a tulip.
It's a Quilt as you go. It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then there's another one you say, but we've got to set it up. Julie sent one in as well. We'll have a look at that in a second. I don't know what's gone wrong with my throat suddenly. Listen to me. I'll have some pineapple in the throat.
Yeah, apparently pineapple's very good for you. Apparently it's the enzymes.
I've worked with somebody who worked a lot on telly. Excuse me. He drinks. He has a carton of pineapple juice by his side here.
Oh, really?
He glugs it. I can't do that though. It's rough. Right.
Too much. Okay, so we've repeated the same thing at both ends. Take some of these off. You can take the ends of the zipper tape off.
Righty-ho.
Okay. Just going to sneak in here and open the zip a little bit further. I'll do that from the right end.
Yeah, from the zipper end.
From the actual zipper end. There we go. There we go. So now you've sort of got, I'll try and get the lining out the way, the starting of your bag shape.
Oh, yes.
It's coming together. Okay.
Yeah.
So now what we do is we sew across the corners of the bag.
Which is like the box bottom, isn't it, really?
Which is
They've
like
already
your box
done it
bottom.
for you. They've cut it out rather than doing...
Yeah, it's easier that way. But what we've got as well with this one is a handle, a little handle on the end.
Oh, yeah. Oh, do you see, it's so posh, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice.
But...
So that's just a simple rectangle that's been sewn with right sides together.
Right.
So
there's a little pattern piece for it and
Yes, there's a
everything.
little pattern piece for that. So I've sewn that with right sides together, and then you press it so that the seam sits on the middle of the underside. But I've pre-done that because it takes a while to turn it through.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Especially when it's been Odie coated
and everything,
it takes a while.
That, you see, little touches like that make it look more exclusive,
Yeah,
don't
they
they? Oh, dear, I do apologise about my throat. I don't know what's going on today. I don't think the drink's doing it any good, but we'll just, don't need to hide, I'll just have a drink.
Yes.
So, we have to have these cups in case we spill it. We have to have little
Can't be
sippy
trusted.
cups.
A big bucket of water, fine.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Right, so let's attach the zipper, which attach that to this end of the bag. Okay. So we're going to attach the loop at the point at the end where the zip starts.
The zip goes, yeah.
So we're going to place that centrally over this seam in the middle.
Oh, okay,
here.
yes.
So you've got this seam.
Yeah.
And attach that in the middle.
Oh, so it gets pushed into the seam at each end?
Yes, it'll get caught in that boxing shape here.
Lovely.
Clip it on each side. And it's longer.
Oh, I was going to say it's longer, so don't worry, it's not going to lie flat.
Yes, it won't lie flat. And I'm just going to base that in place under the machine. It's a little bit
I was going to say,
tricky.
this is where it gets fiddly, isn't it, really?
Yes. And I might just take this bit off now.
Oh, yes.
And it might be easier if I do this. Oh, no, it'll be all right. I'm just
But
going
you could hand baste it in,
yes,
couldn't you?
or glue it.
oh, glue, yes.
Or stick a bit of glue. So what I've done is I've just pushed out of the way the rest of this part of the bag. I'm just going to push that out of the way so that I can get just that bit underneath the machine.
Okay.
And let's increase the stitch length. 5's your lot.
How many minutes have we got till the end? So we've got about 5 minutes left to do the sewing, which is perfect time for using it. And then I can go through the fabrics,
Oh, it's a little bit sticky on there. Because you're stitching directly on Odie coat now. It will have a tendency to stick a little bit on your machine.
Oh, really?
So what you can do is, you've got a number of options. You could use a walking foot, if you have one.
Oh, yes.
Or you could use a Teflon foot, or a roller foot. There's some machines have got rolling feet as an option.
Would you need a different needle?
Yeah, you could use a sharp or a Microtex needle. But it's, like I said before, it's not overly thick.
Yes.
It's not like a traditional oilcloth that
No.
you feel like the machine's really working to get through. It's still got a fair amount of give to it. Your other option is a piece of tissue paper. So if you don't have any of those extra feet, you could just put a piece of tissue paper and rip it off afterwards.
Oh, I've known that for years, that technique.
Oh, come on. There we go. So that's stuck in place. Then you turn the bag back round. So that's basted in place. Turn the bag back round to the other side.
Remember to keep your lining out of the way all this time, because you're not you're not bagging it out like in a traditional way, are you?
No. Okay.
Looks like a fish's face now, doesn't it?
So now you've got the corners of the bag to do.
Yes.
So because, like you say, they've cut those corners
Yes.
out, they just sit quite nicely. You just match the raw edges up, and they're done for you.
Yeah, because normally you'd stitch it round the whole thing, and then you'd fold it in half,
And
cut across,
you'd have a
sew across, and
triangle.
then, and there's no guarantee you're going to get them identical as this way, because it's done in the pattern.
It's all
already
done
done
for you. And what the pattern does have in here somewhere, you just see that, is it's got some dots in the corners.
Oh yeah, pivot points.
Yes. So you can mark those on if you like, to just show you. They're not pivot points.
They're not pivot
because
points.
you folded it, they're actually where you start and stop sewing.
Oh.
Because of the way.
Oh yes.
Does that make sense? So if we wrap that round, that's like
It's
that.
because this has got seam allowance on it. When I make patterns, I don't put
don't
seam
use
allowance on
seam
patterns.
allowance. Yes, that's all included. But it's 1/4 of an inch seam allowance.
Oh, is that all?
Yes, it's quite skinny actually.
Yes.
That's much narrower. I normally do a bit bigger for bag making.
But then I suppose you don't want any more in a delicate thing like this.
Yeah, and because the seams are being enclosed and not trimmed down, then you do need quite thin seam allowances.
Okay, we'll just do one of these corners, or a couple of these corners to show you, and then I'll get Victoria to just talk you through the rest of it, because we only got a minute or so.
Not going to quite get to it, but you can see it's a nice pattern, and it looks complicated, but if you take it step by step.
Yeah. And also it's technique, it's good to see all your different techniques and your take on it and everything.
So that's one corner done.
Righty-ho.
And you do the same thing. Oh, there's 4 corners. Don't forget 4 corners.
Yeah, just do that one at the end so we can see what it looks like with that.
Because when I made up the sample, I forgot to do one of the corners of the lining.
Oh.
And I went to go and stitch up the bottom of the lining and went, what's all that fabric? And I not counted as I went along. They say more haste, less speed?
Yes, exactly.
That was me yesterday.
Or more waste, less speed. What'd you say, little Paul? I've got some more pictures to show you. Well, Julie sent this one in. Oh, blimey, Julie. She's only coated all these.
Oh, busy.
I like those.
Oh, they're nice. I like those a lot.
If it leaves the house, it's overcoated. Ah, poor cats are looking worried because it's overcoated. One more very quickly. Oh, 2 more very quickly. Gina. Oh, they're nice, Gina.
Oh, lovely, Gina. Are they eau de coated?
I just want you to see these bags. Loving your tutorial and demo, Victoria.
Thank you.
Then there's one more. From who? Zoe. Oh, look at those cats. Let's have a look.
Lucky kitties.
They're her quilt inspectors. That's Kaif, isn't it? She's used Kaif in there. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you for all your messages. Right, let's very quickly just see at the end of the bag.
So I've done one end of the bag. I'll shove the lining in, out the way.
So that's what one end will look like, obviously.
So that's how
and this
the
is
bag
obviously that's the bigger one. Now, very quickly, can you just talk through how you'd put the lining in? Don't do it for me, but just talk it through.
Pretty much do a similar thing. So remember, we sewed the main body of the bag, right sides together.
Yeah.
You do the same thing with the lining.
Oh, okay.
However, you leave a gap in the middle for turning.
Of course.
And then you do the same thing with stitching the ends. So you then bring these ends across, do the same thing, but you stitch only up to that line of stitching, do that at both ends, and then do the corners like I've just done now.
Oh, okay, so it's not as complicated as I thought it was going to be.
No, it's just a little bit fiddly when it comes to attaching the lining into this bit. And then you poke it all back through, and then you close up your lining. So I've just edge stitched, or you could hand stitch the lining closed.
Thank you very much indeed. You're back in and out with the most gorgeous quilt, aren't you?
I can't wait to show you.
No, we can't wait to see it. It's beautiful. Right, very quickly. I've only got a minute, so if you want any of the bundles, just ring the call centre. The fabrics are all here. Now, the feathers are incredibly popular. The duck egg one is the most popular. The duck egg one is the most popular there. There's the duck egg one, £5.95. And then this is the what? This is. Are you going to do the cream as well? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, then the graphics for the cream feathers. Lovely, it's beautiful, isn't it? Imagine all the things you can make. Make a little higher waffle dress for a little girl, couldn't you? Like play dress for a little girl. At £5.95 for half a metre. Don't forget to get your Teflon sheet. Don't forget to get your Oda coat as well. Okay, and then there's the lobster fabrics as well, which if you just ring the call, do you know what you should do? Go to the website, and all the fabrics are down there. That's the aqua one, or just ring the call centre. £5. That's the aqua one, sorry, the one at the bottom. The one the aqua, and then this is the cream. Okay, don't go anywhere. Angie's back now. Oh, doing the very, very glamorous felt cushion. I'll see you in 3 minutes from now. Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more. When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from The Sewing Quarter worth £14.99. Tune in on Sunday the 2nd of July as we welcome a very special guest to the Sewing Quarter studio. Anna Sanders from fabric specialist Alice Caroline will be dropping in to show us some of their fabulous Liberty prints and exciting project ideas. Over 2 shows, Anna will reveal some of the finest designs from the Alice Caroline studio. From fashion to home decor, these unique creations are all available in handy kits, so you can make your own Liberty masterpieces at home. So join us and Anna Sanders for this Alice Caroline showcase, Sunday the 2nd of July at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. The Sewing Quarter website is simple and easy to use. You can view a live broadcast of the show on our homepage. Get instant access to our online shop, which has a wide range of wonderful products for you to choose from. You can also enjoy a selection of projects and guides which we have on offer to help you enhance your skills and gain valuable tips. Watch the live shows and you can buy the product which is currently being shown on air. You can even message the studio to ask our presenters or team any questions you might have. Below, you'll find all the products from today's show for you to look at and purchase. On the right of the screen, next to today's products, you will find our simple programme guide listing all upcoming shows. So, join us today at sewingquarter.com.
The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
I've eaten, there was no pineapple in it. I only had mango and watermelon today, so I don't know. But I've eaten too much now, too quickly. Anyway, look at this. How beautiful does that, how sumptuous and gorgeous does that look? And it's so easy to make. Well, Angie's going to make it look easy if she doesn't break another sewing machine. Isn't it lovely? Right, before we go over, I'm just going to show you the kits or the bundles we've got to make this cushion and the book that the pattern came out of. I'll do the little booklet first. I'll go through the booklet properly with you in a minute. Sew It All, Quick Projects book, £11.95. I won't go through it now, but page 54 is where this cushion is. There you go. Now, I've got something to point out here. The cushion they have a picture of is a 16-inch square cushion, so you've got 25 flowers. But when they come to do the instructions, they only make a 14-inch, so you only need 16 flowers. But you're going to make, Angie's going to make 25 flowers. Yeah. She's going to squeeze 25 flowers onto a 14-incher. So that's £11.95. Then the cushion that you just saw there, now, garnet, like a Mozambique garnet. Why have I got... right, OK, I'll wait a second. You get felt to make your flowers. You get fabric. You get the thread. And you get the cushion pad. And you get the cushion. Just go on the still for a minute. OK, so that's that. So how much each you get then? Half a metre of the fabric. I don't know how much. Oh, it's a. And you get 3 sheets. That's what. They're 50 by 60, 60 by 60 centimetres. Yeah. And then you also get the fabric in there and the cushion pad. So that's the garnet, the Mozambique garnet. This one would be the very, very vibrant pink. Magenta. These are like the colours we used on the, not the elephant, what was that magical creature? Unicorn. So you get 3 sheets of the pink felt, you get half a metre of the cotton fabric, you get the thread, and you get the cushion pad. You're getting a 14-inch cushion pad in yours, remember, for £19.95. Red is at the back here, 3 sheets of the red felt, half a metre of the red fabric, thread, £19.95, and the 14-inch cushion pad. There it all is. Lovely, isn't it? That'd be lovely. Then we've got the pink. Now, what I'll do is I'll show you the pink first, then I'll show you the magenta next to it, so you can see you can see it there. You see, that's the magenta, and this is magenta, that's pink, just in case you want to make up your mind. Making your mind up, as Cheryl once said. So you get 3 sheets of the pink felt, half a metre of the pink fabric. Oh, all right, the threads have been muddled up. There's the pink thread. There's the pink thread. And the cushion pad. And then last but not least, we've got purple, as I said before. No, I think the magenta's my favourite. But you know what I'd be tempted to do? I'd be tempted to buy the purple and the magenta and mix the flowers. Mix the flowers. £19.95, you get all of that and the cushion pad. Let's have a look at the still. £19.95 it is, £19.95. Right. All right, Ange.
All right. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Good.
I'm fine.
Yes. Now, we'll send you the bill for the broken sewing machine later, shall we? I'm only joking. Right, OK, so where's the book? Let's start, and then I'll get the book. OK, so yes, it's kind of I've just done a little alteration on the book instructions. There we go. OK.
That's because you know what I'm like. I never.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what have you done then?
So the instructions in the book are, you can follow the same for cutting the strips, really, because you just work to whatever fabric you've got. So the principle of the instructions is correct. It's just the book uses a 16-inch cushion pad, and I've used a 14-inch one here.
Right.
So initially, like you say, I've cut from your half a metre of fabric, I've cut 2 squares.
Yeah.
And it's a 14-inch pad, so I've just cut a 15-inch square there to just give us a bit of ease and a bit of seam allowance.
Now, is there enough fabric if you wanted to do an envelope back?
Yes.
There's enough fabric to an envelope back,
yes,
isn't there?
Yes, because there's half a metre's just under 20 inches, isn't it? And is it 22 by the... Well, you've got the length, yeah, so there'll be a bit left over.
Yeah.
So,
So if you want to do an envelope back, because what Angela's done is she's just sealed the whole cushion at the back there,
as the instructions in the book, yeah, to seal it.
Hang on.
Oh, you caught.
Sorry, yeah, something went very wrong when I talked about that, and little Paul was like very, very overpoweringly loud. No, it wasn't little Paul, it was the system.
What's lovely about the felt bundle, though, I've got one here of the how they're not like the size of square that you get in a craft shop.
Oh, is
you get A4. Look at the size of each.
Oh, yeah, so I said 60 by 60
huge.
centimetres.
Yeah.
Oh, so in a craft shop you get that 6
like
sheets.
A4 or something like that. So we get 3 of these in the bundle.
It's nice quality felt as well, isn't it? Because you're thinking at home, felt, don't sit on felt. It's really, really soft felt, this, isn't it?
And the beauty of working with felt is we've got no raw edges,
no
fraying
fray,
edges.
does it?
So, and it's really forgiving to sort of stitch.
Now, the flowers on here are a certain depth.
Yeah.
But if you wanted not so much of a depth, or if you wanted a fuller depth, you can just alter it to however you want. Because I'm sure there's plenty of this to make those flowers.
Well, as I said, for that one, I thought, I think I did it the same as the instructions. I think they said use 3-inch strips. But I thought with a 14-inch square, I'll try 4x4, 16. So I cut 8 strips from only 2 of these. So I had a whole sheet of this left over, which you could choose to use the front of the cushion if you wanted to and not use the cotton.
Yeah, oh yeah, exactly.
Or just keep it for another time. On this one, I'm going to do slightly narrower strips.
Why?
Because then I can get 25. I need to get 9 out of each.
Right.
3 out of the 3 sheets.
Yes.
So I've done them slightly narrower, which again, like you say, it will show a slightly smaller depth on the flower. But it means we. But
as I said, let's say if you got 19.95, so that's £20, right?
Yeah.
If you bought 2 colours, you could make 2 cushions. But like one could have, like if you did, like I said, the magenta and the purple.
It'd be a really nice mix.
You could have the backs, 1 magenta, 1 purple.
Yeah.
But then you could mix the flowers, couldn't you? You know,
absolutely.
something.
Yeah, if you wanted to even sew some of the felt together so that they half and half.
So the inside the flower was magenta and the outside was.
Yeah. Yeah, so you
you could zigzag it together that way, so that the top was one colour and looked like one of those posh roses.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So you could have
look at me getting all creative now.
Have a real play around with it. So we're going to cut some strips in a second. First of all, we'll prepare the
cushion
pad.
Cover.
So for this one, if we were doing, because it's 15 inches, easy to work out if we need 5 squares, because there'll be 3 inches.
Yes.
3 inches each. So I'm just going to mark with this fine fabric pencil every 3 inches across here. That's quite nice working with felt, as I say, it's nice and forgiving and don't have to worry about turning seams.
Why are you marking it out?
So marking it out so we know where to position.
Oh, okay. It's not random then?
No, it's not random. Does it look random?
Yeah.
You can
I
actually
think it looks
see
very random.
Well, the flowers do, but the positioning.
All right, then.
Yeah. Well, you start off. You need to start off.
Or, do you know what else I'd quite like?
You could go round.
Is if you did the magenta ones round there, and then the pink one, the magenta ones around there, and then the purple ones there, or something.
I think the 2 pinks would work quite nicely together, actually.
Yeah, that's a bit delicate. That'd be
too delicate for you.
Be nice for your nice modern house by the river.
So there we go. So we've just.
Well, you know what little Paul's saying? If you bought somebody a bunch of roses, right, they cost you more than $19.95. Give them a bunch of roses like this, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
We could get little Paul to make one for his new girlfriend.
So we've marked our...
He's got to meet her first, but it gives him plenty of time, doesn't it?
You are cruel.
Not cruel, honest. Yeah.
So we've marked our cross hatches on there, 25 squares, and now we just put it right sides together.
Yeah.
And we're going to stitch all around the outside. I'm not going to worry about whether it's 1/4 of an inch or what the seam allowance is, really. It doesn't really matter. We've left enough fabric for ease. All I'm going to do is remind myself, because I'm terrible at sewing.
Oh, leaving the opening?
Yeah. So I'm just going to put a little mark there, and I'm going to stitch around that, like you say, if I can get the sewing machine to work today.
There we go. Will you start at the opening, then?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'll start by here. they machines are more temperamental with free motion, aren't they? We know that.
Remember, you're getting 3 big sheets of felt in the kit and the ½ metre of the fabric and the thread and the cushion pad, all for £19.95. And purple's most popular so far. Purple. Oh.
Is it your hay fever that's giving you
I've got bad hay fever at the moment. I don't know what's making mine.
That could be your cough.
It was really bad. I went to the doctor. Had it so bad. Went to the doctor's yesterday to try and get a new spray.
Oh.
Of course, I forgot my new spray, didn't I, this morning?
And you arrived in shorts when everyone else was with an umbrella.
Well, except when I left home this morning in my village, it wasn't raining.
Yeah.
And then Vanessa Phelps was saying on the radio, "Oh, what about all this rain?" I was like, "What rain?" And then the nearer I got to Birmingham, the heavier the rain got. So I arrived, everyone else has got coats on and hats on and umbrellas, and I've got my shorts and my T-shirt on.
I did think you were in your hot blood.
I normally wear, you see, you have known me, you've known me 6 months now, but I usually wear shorts all year round.
Do you?
Yeah. And in my old job, we never moved from behind the desk like this, so I had shorts and flip-flops on the whole time,
I was going to say, you weren't a postie.
So I'd say...
You get some postmen that wear shorts all the time.
Yes, no, our postman said. That's postman said, yeah. I stop at the dock.
So you had your flip-flops on the whole time?
Yeah, but that's caused me to have fallen metatarsals, so now I've got to have prosthetics or whatever they're called in my shoes. I know. It's horrible. I'm 39 now, you see. It's horrible getting old, isn't it?
So that was quite quick and easy to go all the way around there. And I'm just going to nip the corners off just to get rid of that book. Oh, I like these little Fiskars scissors.
You want one?
I like these little Fiskars scissors.
Yeah.
I know lots of people like those little rose gold ones, but I can't get my fingers in them.
And can't you? You haven't got fat fingers.
I know, but I find them too delicate for me.
Okay. Maybe it's nothing to do with the size of your fingers. Maybe it's just your attitude that you're not delicate because you do battleships at the weekends and things. Oh, now is your nan watching?
My nan's watching for the first time today, I think, because for months on Channel 78 she's had Cowboys and Indian.
Well, she's going to be very confused today when she puts her telly on. It's meant to Cowboys and Indians, and we're here. And she's called Gladys.
Everyone in the family has been too terrified to touch her TV in case they break it.
Oh, is she quite strict, your nan?
Yes. So I was brave enough to retune it for her last week, but then I was in the good books for 5 minutes because then I'd lost Channel 20, apparently.
Oh, and she watches 20 a lot, does she?
She watches 20. But my aunt sorted it,
okay,
so she's happy all round.
So Gladys, hello Gladys.
So hopefully, yes.
Is she local?
Tuned in.
Like as in near you?
Yeah, in the Midlands, yeah.
In the Midlands?
Yeah.
She's not giving anything. Everyone say hello, Gladys. Not giving anything away, Gladys, is she? In the Midlands?
Yes. Hale's Owen Way.
Oh, near Hayley.
Oh, okay.
And our friend Adam, he lives out that way, doesn't he?
There we go.
Adam with ginger hair, Adam. Yeah.
Do we have an iron? Did I say I didn't need an iron, didn't I?
You can have it on if you want.
But I'd normally
you don't have to wait for it to warm up, though.
That's fine. I'd normally give this a little press, but we can do that in a second.
Oh, hang on, I'll just read the message.
Oh, we've got a message, not from Gladys. She's not.
Oh, John, all this red is making me think of Christmas.
Oh.
Elaine, it's been, Mandy Shaw told everyone. Yes, we're doing it in July as well. Oh, got another message. Oh, look, we don't need that stand. Look how nice that stands up like that. And it's bigger when you do it that way. John, I've got shorts on as well today. Love the cushion, by the way. Deb's from Loughborough.
Oh, that's nice.
That cushion there. And just get the ironing board cover out.
I need to spin my cutting mat around because this is...
It's got a very, for something so simple, it has got quite an impact, hasn't it?
Yes, it does have a lot of impact.
Right.
I think the pattern's called Rosy Outlook, which I quite like.
Do what?
Rosy Outlook.
Rosy.
Sorry, I'm...
What are you doing?
I need a long... Look, I'm going to be off my mat, so
I thought you were doing
spinning it
something to
around.
fit the ironing
That's
mat
okay. Causing chaos today.
Yes, you are. What are you going to break now? Right, would you like me to iron this, then you don't break the iron?
Oh, go on then.
You can cut some roses,
cut some strips, yeah. So, and then you can just iron my little seam there, please. It's very kind.
Oh, I must have it wrong. Right, okay then. So show us how to make a rose. Are they difficult?
No, they're not difficult at all. I think on these now, I just meant because the piece of felt's about, the longest side's about 24 inches, so I divided that by 9. I think I need to get 9 out of it. So I think they're just 2 and 5/8.
Is there much felt left over, or do you use most of the felt for the roses?
For this one, for making 25, you would use all 3 sheets. Yeah, if you're going to do 16, then you would have a little bit. You'd have a sheet left over. So I'll just cut a couple. I'm not going to have time to make all 25, unfortunately.
Oh, why not? If I'm doing your ironing, I thought that was the whole point.
It's quite, it's not difficult, but it's quite time-consuming. It's a bit like paper piecing.
Can you do it in front of the telly?
Absolutely. I've got a few pre-made that I sat doing in front of the TV. I
was trying to do something while I was watching Love Island the other night, and I had to keep stopping the telly and rewinding it because I was so busy concentrating.
I say to my husband, can you do verbal descriptions of what's happening? Because I can't look up. So, so he'll say like...
So like Shirley's pulling a pint now for Mick and things like that.
Yes.
That's EastEnders, for those you don't watch. Is that the iron finished?
Yes, yeah, that's all the ironing. Great stuff. Oh,
they have cocktails on Love Island and I pull pints or bottles. Right, okay.
I've not seen that, but I've heard a few people mention it recently.
Well, I only watched it last year because I'm one of the judges on Miss Great Britain, you see, and Miss Great Britain was in it last year, and she was... Well, I won't say, but somebody said, you must watch Miss Great Britain on it, you see, so I got hooked.
You got hooked?
It's rubbish telly, but I'm not completely hooked. I can't... It's ridiculous what it's all about, but anyway. So
we cut your strips.
Yeah.
And then actually, you may find if you've got a smaller rotary cutter, you know, there's the tiny one, like a 28mm.
Yeah.
That's quite useful in circumstances like this where you've got to do...
Why? They're not just straight strips then?
No.
Oh.
So we're going to just cut...
Oh, you're not marking anything then, you're just going to do it freehand?
Yeah. Keep your fingers out of the way.
Yeah, and yes, must remember what Joy told me to step away from the table.
So just gently...
Think she doesn't like me because she doesn't make Natasha stand away from the table.
Gently just do a random wave.
Oh.
But I've got a little... I did request a little miniature one today. Maybe we didn't have any.
Oh, you requested a miniature one, but it wasn't there.
Probably not, no.
Oh, that one, and that's a tracing wheel. That's not a.
The little 28mm, yeah, because it's quite.
Have we got the little one in stock, little Paul?
You can get a little bit more.
So you can make them any shape you want. You could make them quite because what you could do.
You might even have a pinking.
Oh no, I don't. Maybe not.
You're going to have a go. Go on.
No, not with those. No.
What? Are you going to go with the scissors?
Could you do it
you
like
don't
this,
like a rotary cutter? Yeah, could do it by hand. Oh, should we do one with a spiky top?
Do you not like spiky top?
No, I was thinking actually it would be lovely to make it alter the pattern to look a bit like a poinsettia.
Yes. Oh, look at you for Christmas.
There we go. So you're going to chop that?
They're not very even, I'm afraid. It's because I'm not in the right place. Not mind, not my mind. I'm not.
Mentally. Yeah. You're not in the right place.
Well, I'm meant to be off today, aren't I? You see.
You are.
What time is it?
Bless
I would have collected my new car. Oh. It's not brand new. It's not brand new. Don't worry. Don't pay me that much money.
Are you having it later, or have you got to wait?
No, I'm having it later now.
Okay. So what we'd like to do now is we're just going to sew while you're just finishing that. Do you want me to wait?
Yeah. No. You carry on. But I'm just going to say, if you want the 18mm rotary, that side. There it is, look, there it is.
Thank you.
We're just getting the real thing on set now.
Oh, that's a really tiny one. There's 18 and a 28. There's one in between. That's...
Where's my glasses? I can't even see that one.
That's really tiny. Right. So you could do some, because if you wanted to do more intricate,
what
smaller,
size is this one then?
That one's 18. It's the 28.
This is 18, this one, yeah.
I requested a 28, but...
There it is. It's tiny.
That's what I mean. You get smaller patterns with it, wouldn't you?
I'm actually going to get told off now for doing this wrong. Stand back, please. Step away from the table.
All right, hands away.
No, it's...
That's actually easier than the scissors, isn't it?
I've locked it.
Very good.
Anyway. You carry on, you carry on.
So yeah, if you have got a smaller rotary cutter or you'd like one, they're quite nice for cutting fancy shapes.
Or if you're an old-fashioned one like me and you want to use scissors. You
can
carry
do
on
it
with
with
your
scissors.
demonstration now, though, and
I'm
ignore
going
me.
to
I'll move over here.
stitch. Put the machine on the longest length stitch that you can get from your machine. It's normally about 5.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to sew along the straight edge.
Right.
If you do have a scissor function, a cutter function on your machine,
Oh, what function?
a scissor function, you know when it cuts the thread and,
Oh, yes,
and
yes,
doesn't
yes,
leave
yeah.
a long bottom thread.
Oh, so you don't want the cutter one?
You don't want that. You want to leave yourself a long thread. So I'm going to pull up a long end. Because you need the end, so try not to use it. Just pull that up. Might be interesting to see what that does, actually.
Oh, now they're
like a
talking
party
upstairs
house.
about me doing ironing and cutting. You missed the other day. I did a whole pattern cutting lesson. I got loads of lovely messages from the viewers saying how I'd explained. I was showing how to alter. You're not a dressmaker, are you? How to alter a pattern.
I do,
And said it was very, very, very thorough. You see, now I thought
I'm
this
sure.
is how. No, I'm not. No, I'm doing my own version, but I need to show you the book in a minute. But, so you've run a gathering stitch through the straight
I'm
edge.
just going to, yeah,
While
the
we're
longest
doing
stitch
that,
you can.
I'll just go quickly through the book.
Okay.
This is the Sew It All quick projects. Now, it's not all about household stuff. In here, there are scarves, there's all sorts of things. I'll just give you, there you go. Sew It All quick projects. There's lots and lots and lots of projects in here. Little shawl there with that shearing. We did shearing with Jennifer the other day, didn't we?
Very varied pattern.
Very varied, because you've got a circular
Projects.
skirt, you've got a caftan, you've got a puffball skirt, or they call it a bubble skirt, metal brooches, totally tubular. Then they've got that infinity scarf there, hair flare, all in the wrist. There's all sorts of projects here. Little tote bag, music mates, craft caddy. You see, there's loads and loads and loads of projects. Little square one for the little patchwork primer. You see, lots and lots. Bibs. Now, we couldn't understand why they put all 3 bibs on that baby at once. You see what I mean here? A whole book, £11, and then they've got the templates for the bibs there. Applique away. Got some applique coming up in the next hour. Ties for tots, little bow ties. I used to wear bow ties all the time. Double duty duvet. What's that? Tough stuff. Oh, it's a cushion. And then there's your pattern for that. So anytime you need a cushion, there's the one we're doing, the Rosy Outlook cushion. All of this for £11.95. Do the ruffle. Sitting pretty. Loads and loads of projects. Log cabin fever.
Sounds like a dance.
What?
Do the ruffle.
Do the ruffle, yeah. It's a dance, isn't it? From your era. All right, where's my...
So now, with your long tails that you've left, you can hold on to one, and it should gather.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think felt would gather that easy, would you?
No.
You'd
Have
think
you only
it would
done
be
one?
tougher.
You've only done one line of stitching then?
Yeah, just one.
And how much do we gather it up then?
Till it's about half what it was, which so 12 inches.
Right, let's put that there, so it's a measuring gauge.
But again, with this, depending on how much you gather or, you know, how you curl it up, will change the look
Yeah.
of each flower, so you can make it...
Well, you're being
look very
rougher with
differently.
yours than I'm with mine. I'm always so afraid when there's only one thread in the gathering.
It's quite,
gonna
it's
break.
quite strong.
Oh, you
thread.
started
I
coughing now.
You've caught your frog. It's quite strong, isn't it? So all thread for dressmaking. So I am quite rough with it. So is that about? Yeah, that'll do. And then just not.
Oh, you were much quicker than me. Look, I'm not even halfway through mine.
I've had lots of practice.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, because you made lots of flowers.
Really spiky one. Just knock those off.
Don't look at mine. You were.
You can do it from each end and then push them into the middle.
All right, then. I'm doing it from each end, then. There we go. That just looks like it's got a little bit too ruffled now in the middle, you see.
And then you can, yeah.
I'm making a spiky rose flower. Because some roses come with spiky edges, don't they? No, not the thorns.
I was waiting for that.
That's them upstairs, isn't it? Right, here we go, look. No, right, okay, I'm with you now. What we do next?
Knock them off.
Oh, okay.
So they can't come back on. We do have a bin.
Is it not there?
Yeah.
Oh, knock them off, yeah?
Yes. And then I can start to curl. I've got a few here that I've already done.
Oh, yes, let me do Peter.
And you can... It's quite bizarre, actually. Sometimes you can
do
they're
all different yours,
exactly
aren't
the
they?
same process, and sometimes they can look so different. So this one's much wider.
They can look very
more
rare,
open.
very romantic in the red, aren't
Yeah.
they? Okay.
So they can look very open.
Yes.
Or this one's like a tighter, like a younger.
Yeah. Could you do a bud if you
flower.
wanted to?
Yeah. So
Okay.
they can look, or you can start. Then you can fold them over slightly. You know, some of the edges. That's quite.
Have
nice.
they got scalloped edges, those then?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Although it doesn't look.
So what's next?
Okay. So now we have to do some hand sewing. So I'm just going to get a length of...
Paul's saying, could you not make them, then cut them out? How would you make them, Paul?
Oh, does he mean make it and then cut it? But
Then cut the road, then cut the edge.
All of
not
you-
if you're going to do them. If you're doing 25 of them,
All of
do them
you-
really quickly with the
But
rotary
all of your
cutter.
curves would be matching them, wouldn't
Yeah,
they?
then you have them all the same then, Paul. No, so that doesn't work. You only got one needle.
Nice. There's two. Do you want one?
I thought you were only going to have one.
Do you want the one with the biggest
Oh,
eye?
yes, thank you.
I might have to get my glasses out. I've got them there. There we go.
This is going to be a
My
nightmare now.
My eyes are working, even if the machine wasn't.
Remember, this
is
is the
like-
red one. Oh, first time.
This
Double
is
thread.
single.
Oh, single thread, okay.
Yeah, we're fine.
Oh, scissors, not teeth. Scissors, not teeth. You got what from Irene? The thread. No. Irene's thread machine does it without that. This needle would be too thick for Irene's anyway, because it's really an embroidery needle.
Yeah.
Now remember, you've got these kits in different colours. There's the red. I'll show you them very quickly from here. There's the red. So you get the cushion pad, 3 sheets of felt, ½ metre red fabric, and the red thread for £19.95. They come in purple, which is over on the table there. There it is, all exactly the same for for £19.95. Purple's most popular so far. It's the winner. There it is.
Wow.
Then we've got the pale pink, which is just called pink. Oh, no, that's not pink, Paul. That's magenta. It's very rarely wrong, Paul. I love the magenta one, yeah. Where's the graphics, then?
Is that what you tell him?
There they are. Right. Stop doing it. Then we've got the pink. Oh, that could be why it's not selling. Paul didn't put the graphics through before. £19.95. Now you can start buying the pink. We wondered why the pink one wasn't very popular. It's because you haven't been able to buy it, that's why. No, it's not. It's called Garnet, Mozambique Garnet. The last one. There you go. Hang on, just... This is the... it's not called Mozambique Garnet, it's just called Garnet. We're calling it Mozambique Garnet because that's the colour. Because you can get garnets in all different colours, can't you? That's the Mozambique Garnet colour. Right, so you started without me. What did you do?
So I just made... start off by just curling that in around your finger.
Right.
And then you're going to just put...
Catch it.
Yeah. That's what I like about the felt as well. It's very forgiving because your stitches and the thread matches so well that it kind of disappears just into the
So you
felt.
just do a couple of stitches to hold it, do you?
A couple of stitches to hold it and then just work your way around.
Right, so I've done 2 stitches there. Then you work your way around to the same place again.
You can you loosely follow it around quite openly, actually. You can leave sort of, a centimetre.
Oh, yeah. Got it. Oh, but then I need to...
Don't poke my eyes out.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But how do I get from there to there, then? Or do I have to wait till I've gone round to there and stitch it there?
Yeah, so which way are you going
I'm
round?
there.
Yeah. So that you can actually just do...
Just run it through. Oh, I see.
Yeah?
I was
it's
gonna
quite forgiving.
Yeah.
Now, normally, like you say, you don't do such a long thread, but there's a reason we've got quite a long length of thread on because we can use it at the end.
Oh, OK.
So I don't know if you can...
So don't use it all, John, that's what you're saying?
I didn't see how much you put on, actually. Did
No,
you put
exactly.
A
You weren't
longish
supervising. I'm not coming to one of your classes. If I'm at the back, you'll just ignore me.
No, I won't. I never stop, actually.
You never do what?
I never stop. I'm working round
the room.
Yeah, working everyone hard.
Where do you do your lessons then? In the Midlands?
I do them. I teach in Shirley, and I've got a new venue in Hampton in Arden that I'm starting.
Say that again, sorry.
A new venue I'm teaching from in
Oh,
Hampton
yeah.
and Arden
In where?
next month. Hampton in Arden.
I've never heard of that.
Merida, little village just outside.
I've seen Henley in Arden.
Yeah, Hampton in Arden's not that far from the NEC.
Oh, okay. Where we're going to be at Festival of Quilts, aren't we?
Going towards Coventry. Lovely converted barns.
Oh, nice. You taking cakes with you?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Well, everyone else that does. You know Amanda, tall Amanda, who's one of our guests, her business partner, Simon, makes them all cakes. Like lemon drizzle. He sent one in here for his lemon drizzle.
I do love to bake. I haven't baked for ages.
Got some messages. I can't read messages out. Lynn, what day did John do the pattern cutting lesson, please? Would like to... And then it runs out. What day was it? Oh. Hang on, let me work out what day it was. Love watching you both, says Anthony. When did you do a show showing the dress patterns, please? It was... Oh, goodness. What day does it say? Wednesday?
Yes.
It must have been... Was I on Monday?
Monday, yeah.
Was it Monday? It's only the first hour, and it started off supposed to be me just showing books and tools and everything, and then one of the books is where you download a block, a basic block, and then you make patterns from it. And I just did a simple skirt pattern, but we said it was so popular that I'll do it again with other patterns as well. Hello, John and Angela, great demos. Can I... Oh, we share a picture. I will watch YouTube, Christine. I'm sure it was Monday, Christine.
So this is where you can sit. Once you've got them run through the machine,
Say that again, sorry.
You can run all your lengths through the machine to this point.
Yeah.
And then you can take them and sit in front of the sofa.
Oh, yes, yes.
Or wherever you are in your conservatory watching the rain.
Yeah, the trouble is, I've got cats, and if I had these on my knee while I'm watching the telly, they'd be all over the place.
I've got a cat, but he's quite well behaved in my sewing room, actually.
Mine are spoiled, you see. Mine have their own heated sheepskin pad beds these days. Well, they're old, they're 17 and a half, you see.
Ruined.
I will be with you in a second. I've just got to finish my little flower. I'm not sure if I like the spiky ones.
Well, it's good to experiment.
Yeah. Might look nice in yellow if you're making daffodils.
Yes.
Yellow flowers on a green cushion would look lovely, wouldn't they? Oh, it's so hot in here, it's unbelievable.
Are you warm?
Yes. I'll sort it out in the break, don't worry. Is it cold on your shoulders, Tom? It's absolutely boiling in here.
Are you cold over there?
Well, it's not hitting you. Oh, yeah, it's moved again, hasn't it? Keeps moving. Yep. Book number. Oh, look!
Are you there? Lovely. It does look a bit poinsettia-y.
Look!
There we go.
Lily. Could be a lily, couldn't it?
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm quite pleased with that now.
There you go.
I'm not sure I like the big hole in the middle of mine. Look.
Well, I just wrapped that around a finger, so you could do it tighter.
One of your fat fingers.
One of my
your fingers, see, not even mine. No, I wouldn't put a button in the middle. What I would do is I might just
catch
it closed like that. Oh, hang on, I've got to close it up. Yeah.
And don't forget, on the red background, you won't see the big hole in the middle unless you're.
I'm thinking if you're putting on a different, if you're making a poinsettia, it would have a green background, wouldn't it? See.
If you're putting it on a contrasted background.
Look, there you go.
It's nice with points.
Look.
Lovely.
Oh, I like that.
Excellent.
That does look like a lily or a lotus flower.
Yeah.
That's it. Look, a paparazzo lotus flower.
Water lily.
Now imagine if we got it in orange, or we haven't got it in orange. Imagine if you made it pink and orange. I think I might pass out in a minute.
Are you all right?
What were you asking me to do, little Paul? No, Tom. So don't worry. I don't want you to be any colder.
So when you get to the end, if you just put a couple of stitches, like locking stitches in, but leave the length on there.
Yes.
Because then you can use this when we attach it. Oh, lovely.
So you could just do one on each cushion.
Yes. You could just do a cluster in the centre, or 3 in the middle. You don't have to cover the whole cushion.
Nice, isn't it? Oh. So I've still got my length of thread there.
So you can take the needle off for now, but if you because all these. Can you see these ones I've prepared?
Oh, they've all got the
thread on.
Oh, okay.
Because so you rethread the needle and then we can use it to sew it, attach it to the cushion in a second. So we need to put. See, this one's worked out different again.
Oh, there it is.
You've got to put the padding first.
Oh, padding first.
Yeah.
Why?
Because, well, if you're trying to attach them to this, it's going to be really difficult because you'll sew.
No.
You'll probably say.
Not if you put your hand in.
Well, I'm just following what the book says.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't do that. I put the flowers on now myself.
The book says pad in first.
Okay.
So
We've got loads of time.
We'll do as the book says. Well, that's it. If you want to do 25, it will take loads.
Yeah. I wonder if you could do different flowers. So I've done a spiky one. You could do your rose one. You can make a whole flower garden. It might look odd if they're all different, though.
You could cut them with pinking shears as well.
Oh, do you know what? If you do crafting at home, you've got lots of different felts. You can make each flower a different colour.
Yeah. Well, we talked
Or put it on both sides.
earlier, didn't we, about you can embellish them.
Yeah, or bead them. Little see-through briolette cut beads would look lovely, wouldn't they? You're right there. Did you not leave the hole big enough for your cushion pads?
No, it is big enough. It's just a very bouncy back pillow. I'm not doing a very good job, am I?
When were you last on? Do you think they realise there's a big gap between your appearances these days? I'm only joking. Oh, we'll get hundreds of complaint letters now.
How very dare you, John?
Yes.
There you go. It's going in. Try not to disrupt it too much.
The red's a gorgeous red as well, isn't it? Very rich red. Is it Christmas red, that one?
I don't...
Or is it just bright red? I think it's bright red, though. Oh, now that's a new one on me. It's Oriental red, that one.
Ah.
We have these different names.
Like Chinese red. Like all the red bridges and things. Okay, so that's then... In the instructions, it says for you to then slip stitch.
So you don't even put your hand in when you're putting the flowers on, then? Oh, now you see, I would.
So then that gives you something to catch to.
Yes, but you see, I think, this is my own personal thing, I'm not going against the book. I'd have my hand in there, hold the petal like that, stitch, stitch, move along, stitch, stitch.
Whatever's comfortable for you.
Yes.
But
all right, then.
I have to tell you what the instructions in the book say, don't
Yes,
you?
exactly.
Then people would get the book and say, that's not how I actually did it.
Oh, don't worry. Jennifer, one of our experts, who's such a brilliant seamstress, right, and dressmaker, Jennifer Mills, yeah. And
I say we've got a couple.
She comes in, she goes, right, this is what the book says, but I've done this. You're supposed to put a hook and eye here, I've put a button here. You're supposed to put a zip in, I've put a placket in.
I do that. Well, it's like the book says,
do what makes you
16 inches and 25 roses. But
the thing is, I think if you know what you're doing, it's nice to get the inspiration and the sizes maybe from the book and then do it how you'd want to do it.
And like you say, then you can just do what's comfortable as well. Do what's comfortable with your stitching once you understand how it's going to look.
Yeah. Oh, they're going inside the squares, not going on the points. You see, I just sewed mine in the wrong place then because I was going to put them on the points. Remember, if you've already bought something from Angie's Hour earlier and you want something here and you've already checked out, only one poster packaging for the whole day. It all gets consolidated at midnight tonight. So
then you can position them. You've got your grid then to position them next to each other. And what I try to do sometimes where you've got your little corner, you can position that sort of if there's a bit of a gap or they're not how they're sitting.
And also if you're doing the other colours, this is where you can set them out to make sure that you're happy with the way they're all working.
So you can't help me at this bit, John.
I can't what?
You can't help me at this point.
No, I can make another one if you want. Because you've got 25. Hang on, if there's 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've only got 7.
I have got the rest of the felt there.
Felt?
I only made a few to show the principle of it.
When you always gather, you pull in the bottom thread, the bobbin thread, don't you? Oh, this one's much easier.
And literally, like I said, it's very forgiving, the felt to stitch into. And you can just catch it.
I have to say, it's not... You're most probably sitting down going, oh, felt on a cushion. Or felt to squidge up. It's really, really lovely quality. Quality felt, this one. Really soft, beautiful felt, this one. If you've bought the unicorn... then you'll know how soft this is because it's the same as the one that makes the mane and the feet on the unicorn. I think I've got another book to show you as well this hour, haven't I? I'll just do this first of all. Have you? Yes, I have. It wasn't it? It was on our list this morning. Oh, okay. We take it out.
Changed your mind.
Okay. Which one?
Did we not have a 28mm rotary cutter?
Oh, no, we had 18. Do we have a 28mm rotary cutter? Oh, yes, we have. We'll get that out for you then. Yeah, might as well. We've got time. Do you know what? Be quite... Oh, no, it's not enough felt if you do 25 flowers, is there?
What's that? For something to do
You
something else?
could do the a ruffle as well.
A ruffle. When I can see your creative side coming out with ruffles.
Yeah, make the most of it. It doesn't happen very often. That's because in a Jackie Collins book, I'm Bad Johnny Ruffles. That's what she used to call me, because when I first met her, I used to wear those Paul Smith shirts that had all the ruffles. When I look at them now, I think I must have looked like a bloody dog's dinner. But I used to wear all these shirts with ruffles down the front.
It's very new romantic.
A bit like Lawrence Owenbone, but better.
Very Tony Hadley.
He and I had a little spat once at, little spat of words.
Which one?
I was doing the...
Lawrence or...
Lawrence. I was doing red carpet for a children's film on Sunday morning. And I said, oh, you look lovely. You look lovely this morning. He went, it's a pity you don't.
Oh.
Thank you, Amy.
Is it supposed
Here's
to be
the one that Andrew's talking about here, the 28mm.
It's a nice size, that one. For
rotary cutter. So where's the little one gone? Where's the little one gone? Is the little one still in?
You've got it there.
Oh, I've got it there. So there's the 18, and this is 18, this is 28.
Do you want me to cut you another strip?
Yes, please. 18's going across your bottom there.
18 across your bottom. So look at this. Right there. That's about half. There you go. You can play now.
Oh, no, I've got to do it, have I? Right.
You'll see you can get more curves than with the larger.
Yes.
blades.
Well, now, this is a question now.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a rotary cutter person, right? I'm a scissor boy. But I'm a bit frightened to hold this fabric in place with a rotary cutter in this hand. Now, it's closed at the moment. I'd be a bit frightened to do that.
You've got to be very careful, obviously. You don't want your hands where you
could
can
you start
slip.
like that?
So you can start off and then you might be able to do a few curves and then just put your fingers back there to hold it.
Okay, little Paul's saying this is what he'd do.
You can actually get some gloves that have got like, like chain.
Oh, yes,
nail.
Yes, I've seen those.
They've got a little bit of metal in, so if you were to scuff across your hand...
I'm personally, this is my own personal, because I don't do this. I don't mind holding there if I'm going to do a straight line, but if I'm going to be doing this...
Yes.
I still don't think I'd want to hold that there.
No, look, you can do a little bit without holding, but that's a good...
No, I'm going to do it like this.
They are very sharp.
Now, you see, he's
That's a huge
for me,
curve.
So doing huge curves on this one.
But the smaller one is so that you can do smaller curves. If you're doing curves that big, I'd use the bigger one.
Oh, all right then. Do scallop.
Do scallops. Ooh. There you go.
Then you have to go back and redo it like that. How much we'll get loads of letters now saying you're doing that completely wrong, John. I know.
Not at all.
Oh. Yeah,
well, we all have to start, we all use tools for the
I
first
quite like
time.
that with... Oh, now! I quite like it with raggedy edges like that.
Yeah. That's what's nice about felt, because you wouldn't be able to do that with normal fabric, would you?
No. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not.
You can cut like little snips into it.
Yeah.
Give like a...
That's a no-no, everybody. That'll be a no from me, that one. I'm sorry, you've not made it through. That's a no. I've got those here.
And then just put a couple of lock-in stitches in there. So start with your centre one, and then you can nip that off.
Got my one next.
Put yours on. Thank you. We're going to put yours in the centre because yours is the different one.
Oh, yes, never mind. Don't put mine on, only put yours on. Oh, sorry. Don't put
I'm
mine on.
attached.
Yeah, no. No, mine can't go on.
Because it won't match. Have you got the
What
thread?
the thread, yeah. I might,
Are you looking at the colours? I thought that the
Look!
beautiful match of the,
Now we're talking, look.
the cottons and the felt.
You see, so if you bought the magenta and the red,
Do a mixture.
they'd be lovely. Oh, look.
That's nice.
I'm not allowed to cut this as the bundle is. I'm not allowed to cut this. So I was going to make my own cushion cover. I can't cut that one.
Join in.
No. I'll put it back.
I just threaded the needle with new thread and I forgot I've got the thread already on my rose.
What you saying?
I just put new thread on my needle, forgetting I'd already got...
Yeah, is that you've left threads?
Left
I
threads.
wondered why you wanted to.
So there we go. Shall I just place them on for the viewers to
You've
see?
got
Or
ages,
shall I...
yeah.
Oh, I'll keep sewing then. I could slip stitch the... got to slip stitch the cushion
Jackie
as
said,
well.
is the cushion pad washable? I'm sure it is. The actual...
Yes.
Now, I don't know if you'd wash the felt. Could you wash felt?
I think you could on a cold. On
Do
a
you
cold
think?
wash.
We'll have to practice, won't we? Oh, we can.
I don't know about... Well, the colour shouldn't matter, should it, if it's all the same? It's...
Oh, you can't wash the cushion pad. It's
Cushion pad's
sponge
not.
clean only.
So if you... Like
But the felt-
the instructions say for you to slip stitch that, but you can do, like you say, an envelope back.
Yeah.
You could put a zip in. You can unpick the slip
I'm not
stitching.
sure if you can wash this felt.
Do you not think?
Do you know what? Do you know what?
What do you think it would do if you washed it?
Are the instructions in the pack? Great show. The instructions are all in here, my love. Look, who was that from? Patricia?
Oh.
Oh, hang on, send one from... Elaine, loved your pointy flower, John. Thank you, Elaine.
Well, that's lovely.
Maybe some gold glitter around the edges. Now you're talking my talk there, Elaine.
yes, you dip
Would be
them.
nice. Elaine again
that.
from Berry. Buddy. Right. All the instructions was Patricia, wasn't it? Oh, you don't need much instructions, Pat. It's just this here.
Yeah, just one page.
What does that red circle say there? Just put my... Awesome.
I think the book...
Oh, no, don't read that circle there.
I think it's used wool.
Say that again.
I think the pattern uses wool.
Oh, the pattern doesn't use felt, it uses wool. Oh, yes, because it's got a rolled hem on it.
It could be...
What I really want to do is run this through some water to see what happens to it.
Yeah.
Is Amy around?
Didn't you have a bucket of water?
Oh, I've got a bucket of water here.
On the
Oh, no,
left.
she's taken it. Amy. I might just go and do it, shall I? While you're sewing.
I was going to say, yeah.
No, I wouldn't
We
leave
should
it
bring
there.
it
Oh,
back.
the bucket of water over there.
It will go. Oh,
Say
I
that.
was going to say I saw it earlier.
Is the towel around as well? Thank you. No, it'll be in my trolley, I think, the towel. Live experiments on telly. This could go horribly wrong. But you asked... actually, it might actually say on the packet, but we haven't got the packets, have we? Oh, hang on. You can wash felt, are you saying?
I think you can wash felt in cold.
On a delicate wash, cold water.
Yeah. Just have to be very gentle with it.
Oh, so don't put it in a washing machine. You can only put it in a
Hand
little
wash it.
trough like this.
Hand wash. But red's always
Where
the
did you
colour.
get that from, then? Oh, they've just
I googled it.
Googled it, yeah. Oh,
Well,
actually, it's
I-
quite nice when it's been washed. Yeah, Yahoo or Bing or Google. Oh, it goes lovely when it's wet.
Like a chamois. Does it feel
Yes, like a
chamois-ish?
chamois. But what's good is that you don't lose any of the...
No.
But what you have to do is do it gently,
The
because what
shape.
you don't want to do is cause creases in the flowers. So if you are going to wash it,
Yeah.
it does go a little bit fluffy in the water. Let me just use my monogrammed towel. Oh, that's why. It's 70% viscose, 30% wool.
That's why it's
That's
such good
why
quality.
it's such good quality.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be wool felt that we're
Yeah.
using.
You see these things?
It's a nice mix.
Just dry that off.
No colour came out.
No colour came out. No colour came out at all. Look, I'll
That's
take that water away because we don't
Usually
want water.
red's the worst, isn't it?
This is where I trip, isn't it? Oh, did you see EastEnders last night? Or was it last night? So it was the night before. I can't remember. I watched so much on catch-up now because I have to go to bed early. I don't know if it's on...
I gave up on EastEnders about 20 years ago now. No, I wouldn't know even who's in it.
Dr. Cotton's still in it.
Is she?
Yeah. Ian Beale's still in it. Right. What are we saying, Timothy? Oh, OK. If it's wool felt, it's different cleaning instructions. What are they?
It's not...
Oh, hand wash on cold water, which is what I just did.
It's not 100% wool, though, is it?
Be careful, because colours will often bleed. But I think, because ours is 70% viscose... was it 70 or 30? 70% viscose. Viscose doesn't run, does it, you see? So that's why... Because, look, if it was going to run, it would be all over my towel, wouldn't it? It would all be all over my monogrammed towel. But there's no colour there at all. Only a couple more minutes. When are you in next, Ange?
July 12th.
Oh, blimey.
I know, it's this month and last month I was only able to be here 2 days a month, but I'll be back to my 3 days a month next in August.
Oh, will you?
Yes.
I was meant to be away for the whole of August, but I'm only going away for 2 weeks now. John, are you going to stock the spare blades for the 28mm rotary cutter? I'll find out for you. Paul will ask now. Paul's asking right now for you.
Good. Do we not have any spare?
Will you do it now, Paul, will you? Oh, OK, I'll get Amy to do it then for you. Angie, you look gorgeous today.
Oh, who said that? My nan?
No, it's Christine. So you obviously look rough on normal days, because she said, John, you always do.
Oh, bless. Thank you, Christine.
She's the one I got an appointment to Specsavers. Is Amy there? I'll just put that away from there. Could you ask buying whether they're getting in some 28... Was it 28mm she wants? It's gone off the screen.
Give him put Amy
28mm blades for a rotary cutter. Are they going to order some in? Oh, just ask all sizes. All sizes. All sizes.
She doesn't know what's going on. She keeps...
No, she's got no idea what we're talking about. She's like...
Can you bring this, please? Can you bring that? Very demanding this hour.
Right, I've only got a couple of minutes left. So you're back on July the what?
12th.
Am I on that day?
No, because... Oh, it's so nice to be on with you today.
Oh, I wasn't fishing for a compliment.
No,
then.
but I know that we looked, didn't we? Because we looked to see if we were ever going to be scheduled together.
The whole month
There's a conspiracy to keep us apart. Oh. So Natasha's little boy getting chicken pox is
a blessing.
Been a blessing for us to work together.
Well, she gets a week off as well, which is nice.
You can see it's coming together now.
Now it's nice with just the three on, doesn't it?
It's not quite attached to that one.
That's nice. I like it with just the three on.
Yeah, starting to go.
Say that again. Oh, well, in that... was it Patricia? I can't remember now. Patricia, we're only getting 45mm blade. Thank you, Amy. Blades, replacement blades, not the 28 or the 18.
But they are quite readily available. If you have one already and you want to buy a blade, she'll be able to get replacement blades for 28.
But not from us, that's all.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Paul. That's a sign of, like a barber's pole. It's death, black, red and white together, isn't it? Paul said red and white flowers. A friend of mine got married and they had their bridesmaids in red, and I arrived at the wedding and went, oh, it's death! Anyway.
My nan doesn't like flowers.
She doesn't like flowers full stop?
Yeah.
What's wrong with her?
Well, like you say, she sees it as a sign of...
Anyway. Yeah. Right, I'm going to have to go and do the bundles in a minute.
Oh, okay.
And it's been a pleasure.
I think that's, well, you just keep, yes, like I said, it's nice and relaxing stitching, but it's quite...
It's been a nice relaxing show, this one, isn't it?
And then you would...
I like it with just a three on like that.
Yeah, I see. You can do as many as you like.
Beautiful. OK, so Angela's back on...
July 12th.
July the 12th. Thank you.
Super.
And can I come on the warship?
Yes, we'll have to get you on board for a day.
I'd love to. I don't know if I got seasick on the Mersey, so... Yeah,
because she does, being an icebreaker, she does rock.
Oh. Where's the nearest ice for us to go breaking ice, then?
We'll have to wait for winter, won't we?
Will it go as far as, like, the Arctic Circle?
No, we get ice here on the canals.
All right, then. Right. This was garnet. This one here was the... Oh, sorry, we've got the red in. We've got the red in, so I'll do red first. This is the red. Oh, I've got ages. You get three... I'll go to the middle. I just feel a bit... What's upside down? Oh, is it? No. It's only when we've got lots of things like this. Right. So this is the red bundle. You get 3 sheets of the red felt. They're 60 centimetres square. You get half a metre of Oriental red. You get the thread. You get the thread for 19... Oh, and the cushion pad. And the cushion pad. Where's the cushion pad gone? No, that was your own. I didn't bring it over. Here it is. Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you can see it on the still there. You can see it on the still there. Next one's purple. Purple. So you get 3 sheets of the purple felt. You get half a metre of... now, what colour purple do you think that was? Get the purple thread. That's real purple. This is amethyst felt. You get the cushion pad and the thread for £19.95. Then we've got the magenta. So you get 3 sheets of them felt. Half a metre of the pink. Thread. Cushion pad. £19.95. It's a 14-inch cushion pad, by the way. 14-inch cushion pad. That's not the magenta, that's the pink. Okay. This is the pink. That's the pink bundle with the cushion pad. Right. And then last but not least, I've got the Mozambique garnet. January's birthstone, remember? Oh, where did that come from? 3 sheets of the felt, half a metre of the fabric. And you've got the thread there and the cushion pad, £19.95. Right, don't go anywhere. We're on to the last hour. Victoria's back. Oh, do you know what? She's got the most gorgeous, really, really lovely, simple, but very effective quilt. Go nowhere. We'll see you in 3 from now.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts.
So I'm going to be showing you how to do a slip stitch, which is basically a hemming stitch that is almost invisible on both the right and the wrong sides of the fabric. So I'm going to go in through my layers here, through the single hem. I'm going to leave a tail before doing my double stitch here. So I'm just going to go through 1, twice there. That's giving me my double stitch or locking stitch, ready to then do my slip stitch. Okay, so first of all, you need to take the smallest amount of fabric. So you want at least 1 or 2 pieces of thread in the fabric before then going into the fold of your single hem. And you're going to run your needle through that fold before pulling it out. And then again, couple of stitches. Bearing in mind I'm using a really big needle here because I'm using an embroidery thread, but you get the idea where you're just catching your material there before again placing your needle in through the fold of your single hem. So you want to keep these as even as possible. So I'm just doing my last stitch now. So here you can see that you can't really see the stitches from the back of the piece, so this would be the back of the trouser leg, the bit that you wouldn't see, and then from the front you should only see very small stitches, if not at all, if you're using the right needle and thread.
Tune in on Sunday the 2nd of July as we welcome a very special guest to the Sewing Quarter studio. Anna Sanders from fabric specialist Alice Caroline will be dropping in to show us some of their fabulous Liberty prints and exciting project ideas. Over 2 shows, Anna will reveal some of the finest designs from the Alice Caroline studio. From fashion to home decor, these unique creations are all available in handy kits, so you can make your own Liberty masterpieces at home. So join us and Anna Sanders for this Alice Caroline showcase, Sunday the 2nd of July at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us. I told you it was gorgeous. Look. Very simple, but very, very effective. Using different techniques, because there's quilting and there's applique. It's not patchwork, I don't think, is it? It's just applique. Oh no. It's fabulous, isn't it? Isn't it lovely? Look at the colours in there. They're so refreshing. And you know, I know. They're like those sweets we sell. I don't know if they still make them. You know, the refresher sweets. They're like the sherbety sweets. Sorry, I just got an itchy nose there. Sherbety sweets we used to eat when we were little. Oh, I think that's lovely. Right, we've done a bundle. So everything you need to make that is in our bundle. Here we go. You get everything. Everything you need, right? £61.95. You're getting 6 metres of fabric in total. 6 metres of fabric in total. So I'll start on this side of the table. This is a giveaway because it's applique, isn't it? You get 2 packets of the Bonder Web. 2 packets of the Bonder Web. You get 2 white threads. You get this lovely poly down premium polyester wadding. You get the little booklet, the bookazine, which has got it's called Baby Quilts, right? You get this in your kit, so you can do other ones. Look, there's flying geese one there. I'll go through it in detail in a minute. But where's ours? Let's have a look at ours. All beautiful step-by-step instructions there, building blocks. Oh, that's nice. Rainbow Days quilt. That's a lovely one, isn't it? Ours will be the last one. Oh, no, maybe it was at the beginning. Maybe I skipped it. Anyway, oh, there it is, right on the front page. So you get that. And then look at all these fabrics. 6 metres in total. So you get 2.5 metres of the white. That looks like optical white. I'll just double check. Oh, you can't take white on its own because it'll blind you all at home. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've got mauve mist. You've got maize. You've got baby blue. You've got spot on papaya. You've got mint. You've got baby pink. And then you've got that lovely coral. Look at those beautiful fabrics. All of that, do you know what? Just for the fabric alone, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Right, let me just put this up like this so you can have a look at it. Victoria, this is beautiful. Just put it up behind us.
It.
Right. Ta-da! It's fantastic, isn't it? It's absolutely fantastic. So, what's the finished size? Can you remember what the finished size is like?
Oh,
We're looking
goodness,
it up in the book.
I don't know what the finished size is.
It's at the front of the book I'm taking. Right, first of all, this book, Quilting Techniques on the first page. So it tells you everything you need to know. See? And then, there's ours, there you see. And then that's Fly Home Geese quilt. Okay, let me just have a look. Oh, there it is. So it's 2 scoop circle applique quilt. So it gives you all the list of everything you need here. Has it got your finished?
Yes, your finished size is down here.
Oh, yeah, finished size down here. 30 by 40 inches is the finished quilt. And the blocks are 10 inches. Oh, I see. So you make it like a normal quilt. You make a block.
Yes.
And then put them together.
And
so there is some patchwork going on.
Yes, there is a little bit of patchwork going on, but where it looks as though you might be sewing curves,
yes,
you're not.
Which we did the other day with foundation. Is it foundation where you do paper? It's foundation work where you put the paper in and you stitch. Anyway.
Yep. So this is made by, you have a selection of 10.5-inch pieces cut from the back, from the white fabric.
Tells you all of this in the instructions.
Everything's in the instructions, very clear, step by step. Tells you how much to cut of each colour. It's really simple.
Yes.
You through
So
it.
this could be a beginner. This could be your first quilt.
Yeah, without a doubt, because there's not that much patchworking and not too much quilting.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
Brilliant.
So you cut out the squares in the white, and then you cut out a number of squares from all your lovely sorbet type
Oh,
pretty
okay.
colours.
Right.
And you're piecing, you're patchworking the centre.
Right.
So you're patchworking 4 pieces together, and then we're going to cut it out as a circle, and then you applique it on.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So the instructions give you your details as to how many of each colour you need. And you can be, you've got plenty of fabric.
Yes.
So you don't have to follow exactly as the book says, but actually it's really lovely.
Well, it works beautifully,
So it
doesn't
works
it? So why
really
not?
nicely.
What's that thing about if it ain't broke, don't
Then
fix
don't
it?
fix
or
it.
something, yeah.
But you could change the way that you do your colours. So you could change the colour placement, and you could
Yes.
just do pinks and purples together and the blues and the greens together.
Oh, yes,
you
of course
could play
you could,
around
yes,
with
yeah.
how you actually piece all your different
Yes,
squares.
yeah, of course. So so how many of these do you have to cut out in total? There's 4 for a circle.
Yes,
And there's
and
12
there's-
circles.
yes.
That's 48 of different coloured squares.
Yes, and it's not even. It's not the same number of each colour.
But it
because
could be if you wanted it.
It could be. You've got plenty
Yes,
of fabric to
yeah.
play with. So to begin with, we're just going to do a little bit of simple patchwork. You place right sides together.
How big were these squares?
These
You remember?
were, let's see,
Oh, yeah.
4.5 inch
Okay.
square.
Tells you in the
Tells you in the
instructions.
book. And it actually tells you to cut a width of fabric strip. So you
Okay,
cut,
and then
you
subcut.
have, yes,
Yeah.
and then you cut down because that's quicker. And you
Yes.
can cut more than one layer at a time, one square at a time, and one layer at a time. So just pin them right sides together, or just together because they're
Yeah.
solids.
I'm just going to get rid of that pin. It upsets me when I see a bent pin.
Yeah,
Sorry.
good. No, it's good. Replace it with a
Another one.
vaguely straight.
It's because we've got all these boxes of pins, but we only use the ones that are in the pin cushion. They get used over and over and over again. Anyway.
Used. Right, so we're sewing together as you would do normally with a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yes.
But the nice thing about this is that it's good for beginners. You don't have to be totally precise.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter if you're out a little bit because
Oh, because on this bit, because you're going to be cutting the finished thing out of that, so it doesn't matter if they're slightly off, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So, well, I'd say it doesn't matter, but don't be nervous.
No.
So if you're just a beginner, then there's no need to be nervous. There's one. Oh, I could have chain pieced those.
Yes.
There you go. And then we're going to press those open. No, sorry, to one side.
Loads of fabric, 6 metres of fabric. You need, because it's also, there's enough fabric to do the backing and the binding as well. You see, there's white on the back here and the papaya spot-on binding across
It's
there.
nice to have a spot on the binding, just
Yes.
to just lift it a little
Yeah.
bit.
Oh, I do apologise.
Has it gone wonky?
Yes, me, not it. My bad. There you go. We had one the other day, and they sellotaped it or to the thing, and I went to pull it off, and it was
The
all
whole
sellotaped.
thing came away.
Like, no, do not take it off. So you're pressing the seams
We're pressing
one
the
way.
seams one way. Now, if you've spent time planning which way the fabrics are going to sit together, you'd have to press one and one the other
Yes.
way, but I'm not being fussy about which fabrics go next to each other.
Right.
But yes, press them towards
Oh,
one,
yes, so
one
if
direction.
you've planned that you want all certain colours, then you need to press it so they go
So that-
opposite
yeah.
ways, yeah.
Yeah. There's a nice good press. Thank you. And then we can stick those together. I'll just trim off some bits.
Oh, so you do have to match the,
So but it's only the middle
yes.
seam that you're matching. So you nest those seams. So those will go
Oh,
in
yes, so they can
nicely.
nestle in together, yeah.
They'll nestle in together.
Just wait
in
there.
Here.
There you go.
So you've got your seam
Yeah, so one
allowance on the
set
top
goes one
is going
way.
this way,
Yeah.
and the one on the underside is going this way. And that just means they sit nice and flat, and it reduces the bulk in the finished item, and
Yes.
it makes it easier for sewing, because you're not going over a big bump in the road.
Colours are beautiful, aren't they? Like I say, they're like refreshers, aren't they?
Yeah, very summery and bright.
And good, because the whole thing's washable. Because if you can have it on a baby's bed, there's bound to be...
Baby.
Well, it's from the Baby Quilt book, isn't it? I suppose it's the size is what makes it a baby quilt, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
But that could be, you know, producer Hannah, on a Sunday, she and her flatmates they don't do it on their day off. They just sit watching the telly, usually hungover. But they could just wrap it round, you know, if they had one each, they could sit on the sofa.
It is a generous lap-sized quilt
yeah.
as well. Okay.
Yeah, little Paul could be rolled up in that like a Cleopatra rug, couldn't he?
Oh, like a little caterpillar. So again, sew these together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Now, are you guessing your 1/4 inch, or have you got a 1/4 inch foot on? Or?
This machine didn't have a 1/4 inch foot that I could find.
Right.
So I've pre-measured where the needle sits and where a 1/4 inch sits on the foot.
Okay.
So I'm using that as a visual guide. A 1/4 inch foot does make life easier because there's a physical barrier that the fabric goes up against. Yeah. But as long as you're sewing in a relatively straight line, because this is going to be trimmed down to size.
Oh, of course, yes, because we're not stitching circles, are we?
No, we're not stitching the curves. I'm going to give that a press, and then I'm going to take with me.
Oh, yes. Now, have you brought your... Good. Are there any left, Paul, of the Teflon iron? We'll just check they haven't sold us yet.
It's all right. Don't iron your glasses.
Not yet. Not yet. We're not using it yet, but we will be in a minute with the Bonder web.
So I've pressed that on the stitching line, and now I'm going to just press the seams away. Just choose a side and press those away. Oh, yeah,
some left. In a minute, we'll show you about the Teflon sheet when we do the Bonder web. So now, did it matter which way you pressed the seam on that one?
No, it doesn't matter, because that's effectively the finished piece.
Right.
Item.
Okay.
So on the reverse...
Oh, you're staying at
yes, I'm staying here. Yeah. So on the reverse, we're going to attach some Bonder web, and from the pack, I've just sliced off the right size.
Right.
So
this is where this comes into force, right? Oh, it's gone. It's the Teflon iron, what's it called? Pressing cloth. Now, you can just use it, you can use it for anything. It feels like it's going to melt under the iron. It feels like it's plastic. But it's this Teflon, which will, the heat will transfer through really, really cleverly. But if anything spills, as in the Bonder web, if the Bonder web spills out the sides of or it's slightly bigger than the fabric, then the Bonder web either goes onto the sheet rather than onto your iron or onto your ironing board. And then when it cools down, you can just peel it off. It does do.
Yeah, it's very clever.
Yes.
Helpful. So you're not ruining. Thank you. So the sheets of Bonder web are like a long, narrow sheet. So I'll just chop that off. But we need a little bit on here.
Oh, okay. So there wasn't enough.
So I've just gone like that. And it doesn't need to go edge to edge because we're cutting the corners off.
Right, now, now this is where, this is where I would do this.
Go over.
You see, and create a sap, because on there, the glue could spill out on the side.
And then you're protecting
you don't have to do it like that. I'm
just
saying that.
Why not? Why not?
So, and also the heat transfers through the Teflon. And as I say, so you can stick your Bonder web, but you're not going to ruin your iron. Because if you do lots and lots and lots of Bonder web, inevitably at the end, you're going to get some you're going to get some coming through onto your iron or your ironing board cover. Whereas this way, it will only ever go onto your mat if it does spill at all.
Yes, which is much better.
Which is what it's doing there. There you see.
If you can see here, it's just sort of stuck on.
It'll come to you there.
A little bit.
A bit. You see, so that would have been on your ironing board cover now had we not had the Teflon.
Yeah, sticky residue.
You see, so it's sticky. So. And then what you can do, you see, when the Teflon sheet gets cold, just peel it off and throw it away. Easy.
Not the sheet.
Sorry, that's good.
You said peel it off and throw it away, but not the sheet.
Not the sheet, no. Peel it off and throw away the gluey bit. They think I get overexcited about this. It's because when I was training, we didn't have things like this. We used an old tea towel.
Yeah, and just trying to clean your iron.
Yes.
And your ironing board is a real faff.
Yeah.
So if you can stop that from happening, then that's a joy.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Oh, I'll stick that under there. So that is your...
I'll take that anyway, sir.
Take your book.
Swap and change, swap and change.
Right, so that is...
Right, so what you get the whole kit to make all of this. The whole kit to make, you've got 6 meters of fabric, you've got two Bonder web, 2 threads, the book, which has got several things, and the wadding, all for £61.95.
And lots of fabric left over.
So again?
And fabric left over.
Yeah, and fabric left over. And also, you have to make this one. You could make one of the other quilts in the book if you wanted to.
The rainbow one would be nice.
Yeah, the rainbow one's gorgeous.
And not in rainbow, but just in the sherbet
Yes,
colours
yeah.
would be really nice.
I'll take you through the book in a second. Right.
So you've got your 4 squares that you've patchworked together, and you've applied your Bonder web on the reverse. Now what we need to do is to cut a circle.
Right.
So what I have is my trusty compass.
Okay.
I'm just going to stick a pin through the centre point of the patchwork.
Right.
So I've stuck a pin through, because that then puts a hole on the underside.
Oh,
It's
yes,
a
'cause
little
it doesn't
bit tricky
look,
to
yes.
see exactly where you would put your compass.
Yes.
So I've stuck that pin in. So
Yeah,
it gives
because
you a
if
hole.
I'd just been looking at there,
You'd be
I'd have
tempted
gone
to
wrong.
put it somewhere
I'd have gone
else.
wrong, yes,
So I've
exactly.
stuck that pin through.
Yeah.
The circles are 8 inches.
But again, you can make them, if you want them smaller, you can make them smaller,
Yeah,
couldn't you?
could make them smaller. And you could almost do 2 small circles
Oh, yes.
per square.
I also like non-uniformity. So I'd be, like you're going to cut a circle that has that in the centre and it's got exactly the same amount
Even.
of each colour. But I'd be tempted to get a plate,
That would be...
you know, like an 8-inch plate, and either put it slightly lower or slightly to one side.
Yeah,
so
that would be nice.
this isn't always in the centre. They're all like a drunkard's pathway
Yes,
sort of thing.
that would be nice. The only thing you'd have to bear in mind is that your squares would have to be a little bit bigger. Because if the centre was here,
yes.
you'd need more
You're right, yes.
this side.
Yeah.
But you could work that out.
Yeah.
Right, so the compass, you need to work out your radius, which is half,
I haven't seen one of those since I was at school.
I know.
It's a posh one, that one.
and stick your compass in the middle. But like you say, you could just use a plate or something, or whatever,
Yeah,
upturned bowl.
they might have sold out, because I had them the other day. We've got the tool gauge that you can draw a circle with as well, where you just set it to your 8-inch circle, you hold it in the middle and move it round. You just mark, you won't get a
that's
complete
clever.
circle like that, but you get the dotted line
Yes,
all
that
the
would
way
do
around.
it.
Have a look on the website,
So I've drawn a circle, and now we're just going to cut it out.
not the cutter, Paul. There's a
gauge.
gauge where you just draw it. It doesn't cut. There's a gauge that you just draw around, because I did it in the show that I did the pattern cutting in Monday. I had it on Monday. Right, sorry.
Oh, I missed that show. I'll look back.
8 o'clock on Monday morning.
Okay, I shall watch it back. So now you can just cut out your circle along those lines.
It's like a sliding gauge that you can do different size circles and hem lengths and everything with.
Yeah, I was going to say like a hem gauge.
Yes, yeah.
Busy looking it up.
Now, I notice you're cutting with your fabric. Would you always, does the bond, I always do it as well, so I'm not,
Yes,
it's not criticising.
I
but
always tend to, because I find if I try and use my paper scissors, they just don't cut through the fabric well
properly.
enough.
No, because we always say, well, don't let your husband anywhere near the scissors to use paper or anything with, but you'll be fine using this one.
Just round the outside.
And also, now you're going to, don't worry if you don't get it completely perfect, because you're going to be zigzagging around that edge anyway, aren't you?
Yes, try and be as smooth as you can.
Yes.
To make a nice effect.
This is the gauge I was talking about. Have you got a picture of it? Look, that's it. That's exactly what I was talking about. So if you haven't got a pair of compasses, right?
That's the one.
That one there, you can use it to measure hems and everything, you see, like in the picture. But you see at the bottom of it, there's like a little plastic circle. What you do is you just put a pin through there or hold it on with your finger and then set it to the diameter, which would be 4 inches, and then you just literally go round and round and round. You could just mark a complete perfect circle. Go to the website for it. Go to the website for that.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we have a nice round, lovely circle. Mm-hmm. We now need to place the circle onto your pre-cut squares. So you've got your 10.5-inch squares.
Yeah.
The book suggests that you iron the square in half and in half again to give you placement lines.
Yeah.
I wasn't so much of a fan of that
Right.
because if you press it too much, you're going to always have
they're
those
always
lines.
going to be there, aren't they? Yes.
So I'll use a cutting mat and I'll position it evenly on the cutting mat. So, for example, here I've got the 20-inch line and I've got gone 5 1/4 inches
each way,
yeah, and gone evenly this way as well. Yeah. And then use.
Do you want to put that on here?
Help! Static.
There's the gauge 14.95 that I was just showing you.
Remove the paper.
You got that off very easily. Sometimes it
I
takes
know,
a
that
while
came
to
off
get
really
the corner
well.
of the edge going, doesn't it?
So now use the seam lines that you've patchworked.
Yes.
And visually line those up with the lines on your cutting mat.
Yes.
So that makes it better, I think, better than pressing those lines in. So place that, and then I'll just stick a couple of pins in so that it doesn't move between now and when you go into your ironing board.
Yeah, this is where you could do with, because you obviously can't put your iron anywhere near your cutting mat. You could do with maybe somebody could invent an
Well, was there not a ironing board, soft ironing board? That
yes,
had
we did
measurements
have,
on?
but they sold out, so everyone kept asking about them. So we had to just go back to the old one until we get some more in. But that has the squares on.
Yes.
Squares on
You're right.
Yeah, fine.
Good, good.
Do you want this, or are you going to be all right with that?
Yes, go on. Let's go for that.
There's a Teflon pressing sheet. Oh, it was going across the bottom of your screen a second ago.
So just make sure you take your pins out.
Yes.
Those were just for transportation purposes.
Yes. $15.95, the Teflon pressing cloth. No, it's just my earpiece has just started working properly.
Oh. Is it like when you've been swimming and then suddenly the water
Yes, that's
disappears out your
exactly
ears?
what it was like. And I haven't been swimming. Oh, have I? Oh, yes,
Don't. Please don't.
Swimming. I went to the gym. Was it yesterday or the day before I went swimming? Been going every day, trying to get beach ready.
Beach ready. Where's the beach you're going to?
San Diego, Mission Beach.
Oh, lovely. Very nice. Okay. So, thank you. That's now a block ready for appliquing on.
Okay, brilliant.
So I've got several of these,
Oh.
just for fun. So now...
So none of them are the same, are they?
No, they're all different. And they were all different on the main quilt as well. And I spent a while just shuffling them about. Do I want the purples too close to each other or whatever? Now you applique in place. The book suggests using a zigzag stitch.
Yes.
But actually you could use whatever kind of stitch you like.
Well, it's funny because I would use a satin stitch and finish a very close satin stitch.
Yep.
But Jennifer Mills, let me get this right. Jennifer Mills. She likes doing raw edge, and so she just does a single.
Yeah. Well, I'll do a couple because I've got the four, and I'll show you a
exactly.
few. Now, quite a while back, I did an applique show.
Oh, yes.
When I used this 540, and I looked at some of the different stitches that you can use on your machine. And it's worth having a look because some of the stitches that you think might be a utility stitch can actually be used for applique.
Oh, okay, yes.
So, like you say, you can do the raw edge, and I'll demonstrate one of those on there. We'll do a zigzag, which is what I've used on the main quilt. You can use your satin stitch. Here I've used a blind hem stitch, and then on the 540 there's I think 2 different blanket stitches that you can use, one that's wider than the other.
That blanket stitch one's nice, isn't it?
It is nice, isn't it?
I suppose all you have to do is when you set the needle to begin with, you put the needle, because you don't want to start off and it to be the outside line to be off the...
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You need to set your needle in the right place with your
place.
blanket stitch. So you can do one of each of those on each of these.
I'll do a few.
Brilliant.
Let's see. We'll start off with, let's go for stitch number 1, and let's just go for a straight stitch.
Okay.
Now, the only thing I would say is I probably won't do the satin stitch because I haven't got any stitch and tear. I haven't got any form of stabiliser. Because when you're doing a heavier stitch, you can create bunching. And I've got an example here of a satin stitch using with and without.
Do you want to pop them down on there and we can get the top camera to look at? Oh, yes. So if you've got a stabiliser in them, then it'll look like this, nice and clean and finished like this. If you haven't got a stabiliser, which we haven't got in there, you can get, what do you call it, bunching?
Yeah, it sort of bunches up in tunnels.
Yes.
You can see at this end here, it's starting to go all horrid and pulls in. It's not very nice. So if you're doing a satin stitch, a stitch and tear is what you would need, ideally.
Right.
Okay. So let's go for just a nice straight stitch around the outside. And with the straight stitch, you can do one line of straight stitches, or you could be a little bit messy about how you stitch.
That's what I was saying, Jennifer.
And
actually,
go
she
round
go
several
round
times.
and round and do miss and do all sorts of...
Yeah.
Were you looking for something? Do you need
I
something?
was just looking. I've got a random pin.
Pin cushion?
No, thank you. just take your time as you go around. The only challenge with a straight stitch around the outside edge is that it doesn't cover any of those raw edges.
No.
So if you're planning on washing the quilt, you will get stray threads that come out. And give
That's
you more
what
of a...
Jennifer likes us, because she likes all the kind of random going. Now, I can tell you, if you want to buy the book on its own, you can do it just while Victoria's sewing that. It's £5.95. £5.95.
Oh, that's a really good price for all those quilt patterns.
Yeah.
Really good
does it say
price.
how many there are?
It's about 6, I think.
No. They asked me to read out the author's name, and I was like, where is it? And then it's Anjanette Klinder. It might be like to know here. Anjanette Klinder. No, that's not her there. That's a bit young, Paul. That's her. Oh.
Inside back cover, maybe?
Is that her there? I don't know.
Inside front cover.
She may not have wanted a picture on it.
Maybe
Anyway,
not.
let's go through how many there are. How much is it? It's £5.95. So you've got Fly Home, Flying Geese. You've got, that's that one, all the instructions. You've got 2 Scoop Circle, which is the one we're doing now. Yeah, then we've got Lincoln Log Cabin. That's 3. Then we've got Lazy Sunday Irish Chain, 4. Building Blocks Quilt, 5. Rainbow, this is the one we think would be lovely. Rainbow Days in the colours.
Yeah.
With these fabrics. 6. There it is, look, isn't that lovely? 7, Wish Upon a Star. So it's 7, so it's less than £1. It's less than £1 a pattern. And you know how much you get, not pattern, instruction. That's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not bad for that many. It's good.
But if you do want the bundle to make the whole thing, you've got everything in it you need, right? Everything in it that you need. You've got the booklet there, the book zine, the 2 threads, the 2 packets of Bondaweb, the polyester polydown wadding, and then 6 metres of fabric. You get 2.5 of the white, and then half of all the others. Mauve mist, baby blue, peppermint, no, hang on, mint, maize, papaya spot on. Baby pink, and there's one other. Coral, that was one I'm missing. Oh, I've got a low battery as well. My battery might be running out, so don't send... You can send me messages, but my battery might run out. They didn't charge it yesterday.
Oh, dear.
So that's the straight, you can't trust anyone.
Just can't trust anyone. So that's a straight stitch around the outside. I've just done 2 rounds. So that's nice and simple, quick, and you don't need to worry too much if you've gone a little bit wonky.
No.
That's...
No, I quite like that. Because
Yes.
I like it when you do wash it, because you get those little frayed edges.
Yeah, it makes a nice effect.
Also, it will take a while for it to fray, because you've got the Bondaweb holding it
Yes,
as well.
that will give it some glue
bit
as
of
well.
substance, yeah. Right, okay,
Right, let's go for a zigzag stitch.
Yes.
On my stitch reference card that I did for this 540, I've chosen the zigzag stitch, which is stitch number 10.
It's coming into you, there you go.
So I've written on here, zigzag, number 10, and I've done 3 different versions of the same stitch. So I've said width 6 and a length of 2. I've done a width of 4.5 and a length of 1.5, and a 3 and a 0.8.
Okay.
So that just shows you how the same one stitch can create 3 different effects.
Yes, but that satin stitch, that's also number 10, is it as well?
Yes, that's also number
but
10.
It's just closer
really
together,
close.
yeah.
So for this next block, I'm going to choose the 4.5 width and the 1.5 length.
Right.
So I'm going to choose stitch number 10, which is a short cut on here, and then I'm going to change the width to 4.5 and the length to 1.5.
It's just coming to you now. There you go.
So I've changed those on this machine.
Yeah, there you go. So that's 1.5 width.
1.5 width. Sorry, width is 4.5.
Sorry, 4.5, yeah.
And then I've changed the length
To 1.5. Yeah.
So now we'll just going to see.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Just need to see where the. Oh, there we go.
I had an email through from Abigail. Oh, Abigail, little Paul can't open your pictures for some reason. Love all the fabrics, so tempting. You cheer up my... Oh, thank you. You cheer up my mornings with your wonderful presenting. Thank you.
That's nice.
Thank you, Abigail. I presume she's talking to me.
Well, yes.
Don't you start doing that, Timothy. I get that pavers all the time. Right. I'll have a look a bit at the
So
stitching.
we're doing the zigzag stitch. I ran the stitch a little bit before I put the fabric under, so I knew where the needle was swinging, because I wanted to start on the right-hand side on the white.
Yes.
Because I want the right-hand swing of the needle to land on the outside of the circle,
yes,
and the left-hand to one
yes,
inside.
exactly. That's what I was going to ask you. Right. Here's the... a finished quilt. It's lovely, isn't it? Colours look so beautiful together. Whoever teamed these colours together have done a really, really lovely job, haven't they?
And Wendy did a good job of choosing the right colours from our range to
yes,
so closely match
but you can
what
get
they've
it so
done
wrong.
in the book.
If one of those wasn't the same tone as all the others, then you'd immediately see it, wouldn't you?
You really would. Now, in the book, they suggest also using a palette of browns and creams to make more of a cappuccino, ice creamy kind of feel to it.
Little Paul's just asking a question. Does the book tell you to what, Paul? Oh, well, they're not all the same, so you can't put yellow at the top. That one hasn't got yellow in it. So, yeah, right, if you were listening, we just had a whole conversation about placing the circles and where you want to put the colours and which way you put the colours round. Poor Paul.
But you could
He's had another donut, he says.
Oh,
the sugar's rushed to his head.
going to his head.
Oh, that's why he keeps saying he needs to go down to go for a loo, 'cause you have to go through the kitchen to get to the toilet, so he nicks a donut every time he goes down.
Oh, dear. It's like a little mouse has been in the
There wasn't
kitchen.
enough for one each, Paul. You're only supposed to have half. Yeah, so there's 12 in total. How many people are in the building?
Lots today.
Lots of people today.
Busy today. I'm just working my way around the outside.
Yeah. Now, don't worry if it's just fluting slightly, isn't it, as you go round?
Yes, we'll give that a press afterwards and that should be fine.
Yes.
If we were doing the satin stitch, it would do that even more pull in that white.
But that's only because you're going, literally, that's the bias of the fabric. That bit, as you're going around there, you're actually on the full bias of the fabric there, aren't you? So.
Yes. Now, on the with the threads, what I like to do with a plique is pull my threads through to the wrong side.
Right.
So when I've got sewn most of the way around the circle, you can then get to this more easily. And I'll just get the bottom thread, and I'm not sure whether you'll be able to see that or not.
Where is it there? If you want to see it.
I'll try and get it in the light somewhere. So the top thread is here, and the bottom thread underneath, I'll just give that a tug, and that pulls through a little loop of the thread from the top. So you just,
is that all it takes?
Yeah, just a little tug, because I didn't do a back stitch.
Oh, okay.
And then you can then pull that loop, and as you can see, hopefully, that pulls the thread through from the top. So that's gone from the top. So now when I keep sewing, get back round to where I started. We'll do the same thing with these two threads.
So have you just joined? You haven't gone over the stitches?
I've gone over by about 2 stitches.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Just
so I've got those 2 threads that I've just finished with.
Yeah.
I'll turn it over.
And pull that one through.
Take the bobbin thread and give that a little pull, and that will.
And it literally just pulls the top thread through.
Just pulls the top thread through.
And then what would you do with all of those? Just leave them?
I would tie them in a knot.
Oh, okay. All together, all 4 of them?
Yeah.
Because they're going to be sandwiched, aren't they, in between with the wadding and the fabric and everything like that. So
just using the end, the non-sharp side of that to keep the knot close in. Okay.
Okay. So we've done a straight stitch and we've done a zigzag stitch.
Let's do a blind hem stitch. So that one
now, you're doing it in the white, obviously, that comes in the kit, but you could also choose to do a different. Like, if you wanted to, you could do the papaya colour or something like that.
Yeah, you could pick that colour out. That would be nice, particularly if you decided to do a satin stitch around the outside. Then it would be really bold, really outline them. Right, so I'm going to, on this one, I'm doing a blind hem stitch. So on this machine, it's
which is this one in the middle.
16.
Okay, that one in the middle there.
Yes, this one here. What you would normally use to turn up a hem on skirt or trousers or whatever. So I think I might
I never trust them. I'd always much prefer to do it by hand.
I know, I must say I do, unless it's school trousers.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, because school trousers can be machined up, you know what I mean?
Yes,
But if you're making a couture garment or a nice garment for you or for a friend or whatever, the last thing you want to do is see a little stitch going through. I mean, I know some people are very proficient at it. I'm old-fashioned and I like to turn it up, press it in, and then hand whip it down.
Yeah,
just because
nicer.
my background is in period costume, so you wouldn't have had a machine line of stitching.
No,
around
you wouldn't.
it.
You wouldn't. Okay, so I'm just trying to. That's it. So with the blind hem stitch, it's, and I can't remember on this particular machine, it's something like 4 straight stitches, 1 zigzag stitch. We might be able to see.
Oh no! Yeah, it is
Something
4.
like
it is
4.
It's 4 little stitches and then a big zigzag.
Yes.
Are you doing that? Are you doing this
So
one here?
yes. So the little straight stitches, you want the little straight stitches on the outside edge of the circle,
Right, okay.
and a zigzag going into the circle.
Right. So how do you know which bit where it's going to start?
I ran the machine a little bit to
Right.
make sure that the needle was on the right-hand swing rather than the left.
Okay. What's the matter, little Paul? I thought you said something. Let's just have a look at this start off, and then when we go round this. Now again, you're only going to see it gently in the white. If it was in an alternative colour, then you could really see that. Now notice you're going quite slow with that one.
Yes, I am quite slow with that one. And it's not so bad because it's in the white and it's white stitching on white background, so you wouldn't notice any little wobbly bits.
No, I suppose if you do use a contrast, then people are going to see if you've gone slightly off
where it all goes wrong.
kilter. Not at this bit though, Paul. No. Right, okay, while you're stitching that, somebody wants to see all the colours of the fabric in the bundle close too. Now the thing is, you don't have to make the one that Victoria's made because you're getting 6.5 metres of fabric in here. Now, the white one under there, I won't pull it right out because if we put right on the camera to you, it kind of glares a bit. But you get 2.5 metres of the optical white. You get 2.5 metres of optical white. You get 0.5 metre of the mauve mist, 0.5 metre of maize, 0.5 metre of baby blue, 0.5 metre of papaya spot on, 0.5 metre of mint, 0.5 metre of baby pink, and 0.5 metre of coral. They're lovely. Shall I spread them out for you so you can just see? I'll keep the white. You get all of this. You get all of this in the kit. All of that. Oh, it doesn't look very neat like that, does it? Yeah, all of that looked better the first way around, sorry. You see, if I'd done it live, I could have seen that I was making a mess of it. There you go. Right, so £61, you get the wadding, you get 2 threads, you get 2 bundle webs, you get the book, and you get the 6 metres of fabric for £61.95. The book you can buy separately if you want to. The book is £5 and... it's a booklet there. Baby Quilts booklet. Should I be looking somewhere else? Funny little shop going on there, isn't it? £5.95 for the booklet, if you just want to buy the booklet on its own. And how many? It had 6 quilts in it, didn't it?
7.
Seven quilts in it. 7 quilts in it.
Okay, so we're back round to the beginning.
Righty-ho.
Do the same thing with the threads. I'll pull them through to the wrong side. And if needs be, you can always use a pin just to
pull it through.
Find that little loop.
White on white, not the easiest to find, is it?
It's not. It feels really fresh. I like it. It's nice and jolly.
Now, would you, if you know that it's going to be washed a lot, would you wash the fabrics beforehand?
Yes, I think I would. Yeah, just to make sure that any shrinkage is out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last but not... Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Last one, we're going to do... Now, this is the one where I think it's important we see how you work out where the edge of the needle is.
Right, so a blanket stitch.
Fabulous morning again, purchase lost. Thank you, Sandy in Cornwall. You do make me laugh. Oh, that must be for you then. Thank you, Sandy, my love.
Okay, we'll do a blanket stitch, which is stitch number 28. We're going to do a width of 3.5, which is what it's on already, and a length of 2.5, which is what it's on already. So that's easy. So I'm going to hold the threads and just run the machine. I'll put it on slow for you, so it doesn't whiz too fast. And I'm just going to sew a few stitches because this machine likes to do like a locking type stitch and a back stitch. So you can stick going up and down, and then it goes. See, did you see it went across?
Yes.
So it's done the across. So now we know that it's on the right hand side. On the outside,
so we
now know that on the stitch it's on. It's doing here. Yeah. It's on doing this part of the stitch, not the one that goes across. So we want that to sit on the outside of the circle. And then I'll just lower the needle by hand just to make sure that it goes on the very edge.
Yes.
And we'll work.
Now this is one. Oh, excuse me. This is one that would look nice in a contrasting colour because it would look like that old-fashioned blanket stitching. You could always do it by hand blanket stitching.
I'm thinking, what's going on? And of course, I turned the machine down to slower.
Oh yes. You got your foot flat on the floor.
Yes, and it's still not. It still wasn't going very fast. It is a slower stitch because if you look at the stitch reference card, you can see it looks like a thicker thread.
Yes.
And that's because it goes backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards.
On itself, so it looks like you've done a blanket stitch with an embroidery thread or a wool, it looks like, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a good effect.
Yeah. Make sure you check out your baskets, please. For anything all day, please check out your baskets. Obviously, the kit, the morning kit, there's only the medium, did you say, left? Yeah, and that's because so few machines have the medium one on it. They're nearly all the small or the large one.
So you could use your rulers from this morning to quilt on this.
Yes, oh yeah, that's what little Paul was saying when we came to the quilting bit. They'd be brilliant to quilt.
Yeah, they'd be really good. I've just done some straight line quilting on this.
But I like the straight line quilting because I think it keeps it simple and fresh.
Yeah.
I think you can over gild a lily, can't you?
Yes,
sometimes?
you can do. And there's no sense in fighting with your machine if you don't have to.
No. Machines will always win. Little Paul's listing all the films now that he's seen where man has been against machine.
Oh.
We're at that stage of the day. We've gone past the food, which is usually 11:15 when he starts talking about food.
Yes, I must say I'm ready for lunch now.
Oh, yes, I'm a bit peckish as well.
Wonder what the weather's like outside.
Yeah, well, I bet it's still raining, isn't it? It said it's going to rain for 3 days now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's rubbish. I'm supposed to be going to London for the weekend.
Oh, no. Oh, the weekend's going to be all right.
Oh, good.
It's for 3 days now. Fine. It's very confusing when you do odd days here, isn't it? So it's Wednesday today.
Oh, it's only
Wednesday,
Thursday
Thursday,
today.
Friday are wet, and then the weekend's supposed to be good. I feel sorry because there's two in our village. We've got a really cute little Norman church, and it gets used so because it's so tiny. Very few people use it for weddings anymore. Anyway, there's two weddings, one on Friday and one on Saturday. So the meal on Friday is going to have pouring, and then what you have your reception in the field behind the church.
Oh, do you?
With a big marquee and everything. So the marquee went up yesterday, but
I have some friends in the marquee business.
Oh, do you?
And they've just expanded into making their own marquees as well.
Oh, wow.
Can you imagine all that fabric?
They do the posh ones with the striped interiors with all the swags and everything.
Oh, I don't know if they do stripes, but they do lovely marquees. But you just think, I'm dealing with this small, tiny piece of fabric, and they'll be dealing with swathes and swathes. You need a slightly bigger sewing space than I've got.
Yes, exactly. Gorgeous, isn't it? Like I say, the refresher colours are from like the refresher suite. Do they still do refreshers? I don't know if they still do them.
I think they do. There are some companies that specialise in retro suites.
Oh, yes,
so I think you can still get
Love
them.
Hearts.
Yes.
Love Hearts. You know, oh, that'd be nice. I love you and all things like that, you know. Stay away. Oh, is it different now? Oh, it's got very modern quotes on.
Text me.
And then Paul's going to... Oh, no, text me. Oh, I hate that.
But do people text anymore? I'm not sure they do anymore.
What's that?
It's all Snapchat and WhatsApp.
Yeah, but they still do the text chat, don't they? And Julie, my sister-in-law, does it. She's the same age as me, and you're like, how old? Anyway, this is the finished thing. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now, what Victoria's done, we've got time to talk about the quilting in a minute. It's done very, very simple quilting on it.
You've got options with the quilting.
Yes.
Several different options, but I just decided to go for something quite graphic, if you like, geometric.
I was going to turn it over and show you the quilting on the back, but Timothy upstairs will go crazy. White, this bright white on telly.
Glaring.
Right, wait.
Okay, so that's made that round there. Thank you for being patient. Takes a while, that stitch. Do the same thing. Not the threads.
Okay, so when you've got, so you get all 12 of your, is it 12 or 15?
Yes.
Yeah, 12 of your
sure it was
squares
12.
done.
You then piece them together in rows.
Right.
So you attach them, decide on your layout, and then attach them like you would do normally with a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Right.
And then just make sure that when you press, because you can do them all in one go, all your rows.
Yes.
Then press this row with the seams going this way and this row with the seams going this way. So again, you can nest in these corners
yes, exactly.
like you did before.
Okay. Especially, well, I suppose it depends if you've worked out the time where you want each square to go. Because Lucy spends most of her time laying all the squares out, changing it,
Yes.
laying all the squares out, changing it. But if you don't mind where they go, then as long as your seams are going the opposite direction, it doesn't matter.
Yes,
does
and it doesn't matter. And these are all lovely and complementary colours.
Yes,
so
exactly.
I think I'm like her. I can't do scrappy quilts
Yes.
very well. I like to have some rhyme or reason to how the colours are going to sit together. But this, actually, they all just go quite nicely. So I didn't spend too long overthinking where the colours are going to go.
Yeah. If you like any of the colours that are in the kit and you don't want all of them, Little Paul's going to go put all the fabrics that are in that bundle through, so you can buy them by the half metre if you want to. So that's the maize, that's the yellow one. I'll do it. Oh, I won't tell you. Okay. Right. So we're making a row of 3.
Row of 3, and do that 4 times.
I can't hear them. That's why. Yes.
And just use your 1/4 inch seam.
Yep.
Along. And you could do more than 1 row at a time. So you could do these 2 and then chain these 2 and these 2 to save time walking between your work surface and your ironing board. Your sewing machine.
Oh, I see what Paul was asking earlier. Have you spiralled them on purpose? I didn't know what you meant, but I can see. So if you've got purple there, it's moved round to there, and then it's moved round to there. So it's almost like moving, isn't it?
Yeah, I've
purple,
sort of.
Purple.
I mean, I've got purple next to each other here, but where I can, I'd not put too many of the same colour next to each other.
Yeah, but you were talking about yellow, you said. And I said this one hasn't got yellow. You said, what about the yellow one? And I said this one hasn't got any yellow in it. That's why. Anyway, sorry, Little Paul. He's rarely wrong. He's usually just wrong on the shifts he works with me.
Just on certain days.
Yes. Got me loads of work.
Okay.
Right.
So then that's where you just press both of your seams in the same direction.
Okay, how long have we got? We've got
How long have we got? Should we give that a press?
We've got 8 minutes, so you're all right.
Why not?
So you wouldn't press them open, you'd press them to one side?
Yeah, I would press them to one side, and then it's easier when you come to join the next row on. Just turn the steam off.
No. Little Paul thought we'd broken something else. Not you.
I was going to say something else.
Yeah.
I haven't broken anything today.
No.
Not today. I'll just
No, Angie's done enough for all of us today. Say that again. We've told the designers if they break anything now, they have to buy it.
What about if you break something only just a really tiny amount?
Still have to pay for it.
That's fine, but then you can take it home.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you could like... Oh,
it's broken,
yeah.
sorry. Yeah, and then I'll just press the circles at the same time. And you've got yourself a lovely strip.
So now, would you put all 12 of them together before you start doing anything else?
What do you mean?
Want me to hold that up so we can have a look?
Yeah, go on. So that's just one of the rows.
It's lovely, isn't it? Such a beautiful thread. And you've done it again, look. Purple, purple round, and purple. And you must do it.
Just to natural.
I wouldn't call it a spiral because those two yellows are then in the same place, but the purple's on the way round.
So you could spend forever trying to
could.
analyse
No,
it.
you
Don't
could,
do it.
couldn't you? Yes. But that's what's lovely because I think if the child's got it on the bed, they're going to look at all the different colours and see
My
which is
daughter
their
does
favourite.
that. She's got a quilt, and on the inside, she's got a pattern, and she counts them when she can't sleep. So she counts all the animals.
Right.
So I would do another strip and another strip. And
Yeah.
So you've got all 4 strips, and then you would attach the strips. And I attached strip 1 and 2 together, and then 3 and 4 together, and then the bottom 2 and the top 2 together.
Okay. So that will give you the whole
Quilt top.
Then what's your technique for then putting the whole thing together?
So I then cut out a piece of backing fabric that was a couple of inches wider all the way round. And then I put the wadding...
And longer as well?
And yes, longer as well.
Yeah.
And then I placed the wadding on top, which was approximately the same size as the backing, and placed this on top.
Right.
And then I pinned it in place. And then I quilted. I spent some time thinking about how I was going to quilt. And I was going to quilt in the ditch, in the squares, but then I thought then that might leave the circles a little bit puffy.
Yes.
So I thought actually it'd be quite nice to go through. Again, I could have gone on the seam lines.
It's up to you how much you want to do, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
yes.
but I thought it'd be quite nice because the seam lines are there anyway.
Yes.
So to add in the diagonals are quite nice.
Yes.
And I just chose one of my long rulers. This is a short one, but I took the longer ruler and put the 45-degree angle, which is on here, against, I'll go from this side, against the seam line on the circles.
And then you've got the exact...
And then I marked this stitching line with...
Did you do like cross-hatching? You went all the way from there, right the way across there. You didn't do one little square at a time?
No, I did the whole lot. So I went down this way, and then on this one I went up this way.
Right.
So that I'm not sewing all of the diagonals in the same direction, because otherwise the fabric ends up pulling this way. So I go down one way and back the other, down one way and back the other. And then I did the other diagonals.
Oh, okay. And then you could then stop there, or like I say, you could do anything else you want to do, really.
I stopped there, but in the book they did stippling, which is quite nice, but they did a large stipple.
What's a stipple then?
It's like a meandering path, if you like. So it's like a scribble.
Oh, yes,
like
I like
a scribble,
that. I like that.
but the lines don't cross.
Yeah. Is it come through here, or are you going to read it out? Okay. I've got a lovely email from Bernadette.
Hello, Bernadette.
Your programme is a joy.
Oh, too kind.
I can't believe that you're so generous and give such clear instructions. That's all the designers, isn't it? The what thing? Oh, courteous and natural, that must be me.
Very courteous.
I learn all the time. Thank you very much. What a lovely message. Who was
really
that from?
Is that Bernadette?
That was lovely. Thank you so much. And we're glad you enjoy it. We're glad you enjoy it. Now, we also very quickly, in a minute, we'll have to show you tomorrow's menu because I'm on again tomorrow and Friday now. Right, now, there was something else I wanted to ask before we did anything else. So then the binding.
Yes, the binding.
So you've then got your sandwich with all your... Oh, no, I suppose you have to neaten it off next.
I quilt it first, neaten off the edges,
yes,
and then cut the binding. And I did 2.5-inch wide width of fabric strips, and I think I cut 4 of those, joined them at a 45-degree angle.
I was going to say, you join them at 45
to make one big long strip. I then folded that strip in half, and then I attached with raw edges matching on this side, sewed it on by machine, then flipped it over to the other side.
Right, and did you machine stitch?
I did for time's sake.
No, but I also think something like this, which is going to go in the washing machine, hand stitching is all very lovely, but with a machine stitch like this, you don't want to be thinking, I just need to whip stitch that bit down again. It's going to be holding it, isn't it?
You sort of hope that when you make a baby quilt that they're going to keep it for a long time.
Oh, yes.
It's a really lovely
thought. The treasure box upstairs for years to come.
So you want it to be as hardy as it can be.
I just think it's really, really lovely, and you've done a beautiful, beautiful job. And again, with all the different stitches and everything, you could even do a different stitch, couldn't you, on each circle if you want to make it that little bit different, or choose one of the pastel colours to do each one in. I mean, there's so many ways that you can do it, aren't there? But like we say, But like we said, if you don't want to do, look, you could do one of these with the fabrics that we've supplied. Not supplied, you've bought in the bundle. You could do more or less any of these pans. Let's have a quick look then. Oops. Because this is obviously the one... well, that's the flying geese. You could do the flying geese in the different colours. You don't need to do them in blue. There you go. Look, you see, you could use the different colours there to do the flying geese. Then that's the one we've done, and that's the stipple effect we were talking about. That is the ice cream one we've done there. There you go. And look there, you see there, they've shown you how to lay it out. Now, they haven't done spiral, you see, have they? Anyway, moving on. You could do the link and lock. You see, all of these are really, really lovely, aren't they?
Good, clear instructions.
A very clear instructions. That's what I think what you need, isn't it, really?
Yeah, they're nice and wordy. They're not just cut this and do this. It actually talks you through it a little bit, so it's holds your hand.
Fantastic. Now, this is the one both Victoria and I
yes,
like.
this
I'll
is my
just show you the
second
way
favourite.
they've laid it out. Now, obviously, they've got lots and lots and lots of different colours, but what you could do is almost ombre it through. So you could start off with your purple, then maybe do your pink, and then do your yellow, then do your green. You know what I mean? Just ombre it through. It'd be lovely, wouldn't it? There are 19 different colours on there.
There are a lot, but actually...
Oh, yes, it says 18 different colours.
But their tip in the book actually says to use a more limited palette, so you're not using small amounts of lots of different fabrics.
Right.
They say you can use.
But you could do that so many different ways. And in the colours that we've got here, the lovely sherbet colours that we've got here, Wish Upon a Star would be beautiful because you make the stars different colours, couldn't you? OK, now, when are you in next then?
I am in next Tuesday.
Oh, OK. Oh, I'm in Tuesday.
Oh, fab. I think
that's right, aren't I? I'm in, not in Monday, in Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, Tuesday. I
think
I'm doing a quilt as you go.
Oh, I love Quilt as you go.
They're great, aren't they?
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. This
Not a problem.
Cool. I'm just going to go over and do the bundle, if that's all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right. Oh, do you know it's gone the complete opposite now? It's like icebox in here, isn't it now? Right. For £61.95, you get everything you need. Everything you need. You get the poly down wadding. You get the 2 bonder webs. You get the 2 threads, there it is. You get the booklet, and then there's the fabrics. I'll just go through the fabrics here. You get 6 metres of fabric, right? You get the optical white, 2.5 metres. Mauve mist, I was going to say mystic mauve then. Mauve mist, maize, baby blue, papaya spot, mint, baby pink, and the coral. Beautiful, beautiful colours. £61.95. Now, if you're watching later, and you think, oh, I've missed out on something, all you need to go is go to the website, right? And underneath where you're watching us, because we go on a loop, you see, we go on a loop now until tomorrow morning. Everything that we've brought you today is there. Now, everything that's still available is there. Oh, hang on. What? Yes, that's it. There's the leaf, not scorpions, what are they? Lobsters and feather fabric. There's the felt bundles for the cushions. I didn't mean scorpions. There's the fabrics for, you know, everything you need. Now, you see, there's no... Are there anything left in the 8 o'clock hour? Be at the top, won't it? Oh, there you are. There it is. There's the medium. That's all. A couple of mediums left. That's all if you want medium. Anyway, fantastic. Shall we have a look at tomorrow's menu? Because it's me tomorrow and I've got no idea what I'm doing. It's only because Natasha's little boy's got chicky pox and we hope he gets better very, very soon. Let's have a look at tomorrow's menu. Oh, it's Quilting Quarter tomorrow. Oh, that's today, it says. Sorry. Bear with. Just, if you've got any questions, just ring the call centre, 0800 112 4433. Sewingquarter.com if you want to go to the web. Right, coming up tomorrow, Quilter Corner. 8 o'clock, Tools of the Trade. 9 o'clock, Sawtooth Star Block. Oh, it's been changed already. Look, 10 o'clock, I'm doing John's Fabric Finds. And then at 11 o'clock, I'm doing Corporal's Stripes Block. Who am I on with tomorrow then? Because I'm obviously doing Tools of the Trade at 8 o'clock as well. Maybe I'll be doing more pattern cutting. Who knows? Anyway, thanks ever so much for your company today. Make sure you check out your baskets if you want to. If you want to watch Repeat, 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 it goes on every 4 hours on the web, or you can go to the YouTube, and you can just click on the date that you want to watch, but you can fast forward and pause if we're going too fast for you. Or you just, lots of people do is fast forward through the bit I'm talking and just watch the expert. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Thank you so much for your company. Please, please, please check out your basket. Bye. Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us. Join us on Facebook. Simply search for the Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts.
lunch. Then at 9 o'clock, got Marvellous makeup bag. That's with Victoria. Victoria doing that's including the Eau de Coat. Then at 10 o'clock, we've got the felt flower cushion. That's with Ange. Really lovely, very simple, but very lovely, dramatic cushion cover. Oh, and cushion as well. You get the cushion pads as well. And then it's 11 o'clock. Oh, sweet sorbet baby quilt with Victoria. Lovely, lovely, lovely lineup. Now, we know that you love to get in touch, and we love it when you do get in touch. So this is how you can get in touch. The best way to do is send a web chat. So what you do is you go to www.sewingquarter.com. You'll get a page like this. There it is. And then you press watch today's show. And then when you click that, the screen will come up bigger like that. And then what you do is just scroll down the page there, put little Paul's not logged in, get in.